Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to our broadcast of the second round of the Whitsun Open, which is a part of International Chess Festival in Munich, Germany. My name is Milan Pacher. I am Grandmaster, and I will commentate on this broadcast. So take a cup of coffee and enjoy. So we will have now the round. We are slowly getting the moves. On the board number one, there is Kirill Alexenko, currently representing Austria, against Indian international women master Savita Shribi. I should say that we have a very large event, more than 300 players from more than 50 countries and also around 20 grandmasters. So this is a strong event. And in the morning there was the first round already with some surprises, but of course mostly the favorites proved their advantage. Yes, we are getting now finally the moves. So board number one, Kirill Alexenko, and he starts with e4, pretty standard. So c5, knight c3. It's already a bit of a surprise for me. Maybe he wants to play close Sicilian or some type of Rosalimo. We'll see. Then on the board number two, is Romanian player Andrei Filip against my good friend Anton Korobov, which plays for the same team in Modra in Slovakia. So actually he's a quite well-known player. I believe European individual and team champion. So he went for the Sicilian Taimanov. So we have the opening moves: knight c3, queen c7, and f4. This is interesting system. But black, I believe, could follow, with a6 and bishop b4. Yes, I believe this is the theory, and he should have enough counter chances. But of course, his task is also to win the game. So let's see. Actually, White decided to take in this moment, and in this structure, black aims to occupy the center with d5, most likely. He could also stay flexible with d6, or to develop the bishop first. Normally, I would like this for black because let's say we have a development here in this fashion. I would say f4 is a bit premature, and it leaves white king open to some issues. Yeah, let's say here if white plays e5, then I'm ready to jump with the knight to c5. Later I can play like a6, a5, bishop a6, or even c5. Whilst white attack is not yet developed, and black is not castled, so therefore he is not under any pressure. Yeah, so I like this position. Definitely good chances for complicated game for Anton. And board number three, we have Azerbaijani legendary grandmaster Eltai Safarli, and against Jakub Vajrauch, I believe local player. And let's see what transpired. So it was e4, c5, and this kind of new style of play against the Sicilian, aiming for the similar setup as the Gioco Piano in Italian game. I would say that theoretically there is not much Yeah, we can see something like this. Okay, white can play with a4 to create the hiding spot for the bishop, or alternatively, exactly like in Italian, something like this: c3, bishop b3. Black's position is reasonable. He can play with b5 or b6, bishop b7. So as I've said, no advantage to white, but it creates a long middle game with not so many simplifications coming. So that favors usually the stronger player, and he has like a little bit more space. So decent opening choice. Actually, we can see that black already opted for bishop g4. This was played, yes. So bishop g4. It's principled in a sense that he wants to trade this bishop. On the other hand, he gives up two bishops. So let's say in this kind of continuation, I would take white. However, black is pretty harmonious and he has no issues, I would say. If black decides to go here, white might choose the aggressive option with g4 or calmly rook e1, knight f1, knight g3. Yeah, there are some 95 stuff here. So I believe, yeah, still it's very much reasonable. Now let's go to another game. Ying versus Demchenko. So yes, Anton Demchenko, experienced player, and now facing, I believe, a younger talent. So and it was King's Indian, fianchetto line, knight c5, h3, all is well known, a5, and here black sometimes plays with c6, queen b6, or it's also possible to play more like a static structure and wait for white to commit, maybe advance the kingside pawns, which can create some weaknesses. Well, you know, I never really like it for black, yeah, because if we switch the board, it's pretty hard to find a constructive plan, yeah, and of course he has many maneuvering moves. Perhaps this could become a target, but white will be ready with his own fianchetto, and perhaps king h2, f4, slowly advancing. On board number 5, we have Elham Amar, young grandmaster from Norway, against Yevgenia Doluhanova. She played here last year and made a decent result on the first open, and I would say fantastic result in the second one. I was actually one of her victims, but okay, today she'll have her work cut off. So let's start. So d4. It was a London approach towards Queen's Indian. So actually, I've seen this line played by the Polish players, and I was never really impressed by it. But the thing is, it gets you off the trodden path. And let's say bishop b4. They reacted to something in this sense: bishop b7, knight ge2, castles, and I believe in one game I took and played something in this vein with c5, knight c6, and I was doing well because white lost a bit too much time and black got nice development. It's even possible to accept the pawn, maybe not this position, but something like this exists, and yeah. Here maybe bishop h6 is a problem. yeah, so perhaps not here. I remember that computer quite likes it. Yes, I chose c5 and I was doing well. And then in another game I played with bishop e7, and that didn't went so well because my opponent played with d5. And while this is playable position for black, yes, I would take white, and yeah, he proved it later on by winning this game with white. So this is kind of a new plan with bishop f4. Maybe black could choose the king's Indian setup with g6, d6 and play for e5 or c5. But this b6 is definitely respectable. So I think so far so good for black. Now let's look at Ritvik Krishnan from India against Thomas Laurusas from Lithuania, and it's also my colleague in Slovakia. So I think one of the favorites of the tournament. He definitely has a lot of experience in big opens. So let's see. He played Slav defense, and I noticed that he plays rather slowly for both colors actually, and he relies on his positional understanding and endgames. So he's never really pushing the envelope and going for some tactical complications if they are not necessary. So here you have the Slav and kind of a sideline with Isolani probably happening. Yeah, so let's say e3, c5. It's similar to the Queen's Gambit, except that white has already the a4 move in. Therefore, the b4 is a hole in white's position, and black could use it later on. On the other hand, this is just a sample line. Castles, queen e2. I believe it's possible to take the pawn or ignore it, or something like this. Bishop d7. And black enjoys the control of the d5 square. On the other hand, all the white pieces are active, and black could face some danger, some sacrifices on f7 or e6 squares. So normally speaking, I like white in similar situations. Whenever white decides to take, black could take with the b pawn, therefore having also isolated pawn but supporting d5 square and making it very, very solid here. So therefore also creating counterplay on the b file. So we have a long middle game ahead. Bhagat Kush versus Toivo Kenanen, up-and-coming player from Finland. And here we see a French defense, so which I personally also like to use. And the knight f6. I believe knight c6 is the main line, and many games played in this setup. Usually white takes with the knight, so keeps the two bishops, and then it's a struggle in the center. Black has bigger control, I believe, long term, but it's not so easy to develop. So is one way to go, but he played with knight f6 and white took, yeah, so which is recommended. Bishop b5 also possible. And now a6, yeah, to be honest, already new for me. It's definitely possible to take with the knight or the queen. I wouldn't like to take with the e-pawn, giving me isolated pawn, but also is also a reasonable position for black. I started with a6 is some kind of intricacy with stopping bishop b5. So knight to f3, queen takes d5, and bishop e2. This is a very slow move, and it's rather typical. I noticed this on Indian players, so they aim to develop and get a playable middle game, and they don't care too much about some finesses. Maybe for me it would be a question if I could make a fianchetto, and if this could be achieved, then I like white, because long term, let's say black doesn't do doesn't do anything radical. Here the light square bishop exerts the pressure on the queen side, and I think it's better. But maybe there is some e5 or knight c6. Also, yeah, I wouldn't recommend for black to, for example, trade it like this. I believe white is still better, even in this kind of endgame, which might seem innocuous. Yeah, I would take white. So maybe there's a concrete problem with the e5 move, and then in this endgame, actually, no, well, 92 is a bit awkward. Yeah, then I mean black could do many things, but let's say this, and king e1, bishop c5, and he's kind of winning. So I mean bishop e3 is forced, but that is wrong. So like 92 is not possible. What about queen to e2? Here I believe he could give a check and castle, and if white takes, then of course this is also a disaster for white. So he's not able to make the fianchetto, and therefore bishop e2 is logical. Also c4 is logical. c3 is a move. So this is a rich position, and maybe we'll see some endgame with the typical French Rubinstein structure. Then we see game Visak versus Mahitos. It's a duel of two Indian players, but white is much more experienced grandmaster, and they went for Queen's Gambit, declined. Bishop f4, castles e3. Everything up to this point is well known. Here black has three main choices. One is knight bd7, then getting some kind of closed position, aiming for b6. The other one is b6 here for black. A bit similar to the Tartakova Queen's Gambit. There's something along those lines. Nice prophylactic move. I think black was doing well in this, but then it got out of fashion. And the move c5, which is perhaps the most reliable and which all the top players have been using, including Fabiano Caruana in his World Championship match. So c5, d takes c5. White reacts with taking. Let's suppose he plays a normal move, then black captures and actually has very reasonable position. So this one is not the way to go. So d takes c5, and here queen c2. It's also possible to take like this, leading to the simplified line, and then if bishop b4, I have knight to d2. Yeah, this structure also contains some danger for black. Yeah, for example, if he plays d4 too early, then e4, and I believe white has better chances. So this one is possible, but queen c2 definitely the main choice. And d takes c4, I think it's already a mistake, and maybe quite instructive one. So recommend move is of course knight c6 here, and it used to be queen a5, but it's also possible maybe queen e7, some alternatives, or yeah, even rook e8 was played. But so why I don't like the d takes c4 move? Because it helps white with the development, and then he has clearly better bishop on f4 compared to the c8 bishop, which is not developed. And I have kind of nice safe edge. I could play with short castles and knight e5 and rook d1, kind of like rook fd1, normal style. I could also, at some positions, hope to play long castle and launch kingside attack. So I would choose the first option, of course. And I would say that for black, this is a bit tasteless position. There is not much counterplay or hopes going. That said, it's quite solid. It doesn't mean that he's much worse. But still, yeah, if you can take a look, I think practical play, yeah, white is just having a nicer position. The game Petkov versus Avgic. So Petkov, Grandmaster from Bulgaria, and he went with d4 and king's in and bishop e2, knight f3, classical line, e5, d5, Petersen variation. So it was never really that popular, but also not completely forgotten. So that's all I could say. I always thought that a5 and knight a6 that he could assume these two squares and stop white's play. On the other hand, white is not yet committed to the short castle, and it's kind of new way how to play it with h3, bishop g5. Yes, so the idea is that now he has a e3 square for the bishop, not like previously played. So let's say bishop g5. Now important move is h6. By the way, I should say knight a6 is a big mistake. I would say here white gets the ideal setup with bishop e3 and e2, and then he's ready to launch the kingside pawns without castling. Or he can even do it with f3, and then he's well set up for kingside play. So that's why h6 is so necessary. And now, like this, it was some games of Kramnik Nakamura, and I think okay, it's decent, but very very messy situation. Both bishop c1 or bishop d2 was also tried, but and then queen c1 idea. But normally they played with bishop here, bishop h4, and then the difference is this is bit stranded bishop. Yeah, so we can take a look. Yeah, let's say knight to d2, queen to e8. Yeah, something like this was very much discussed, and now with bishop h6 coming in. So I think this one was decent for black. So this h3 is a useful move, and he aims to also expand on the king side. I like this quite much for white. I prefer to play it with earlier h3, so-called Krasenkov variation. This one is with the bishop e2 and e5. You know, it has some pros and cons, but h3, yeah, even the next move could be g4. But then I'm not really sure what to do with my king. Yeah, I could castle queenside, but it will also contain some risk. He might open this side of the board. And so let's see what happens. So knight a6, bishop g5, and now h6, bishop. Now h6, I believe, is not necessary because it mostly loses time. And I would prefer to play queen to e8. Let's say knight to d2, knight d7. Yes, queen c2 could be met by knight jumping into b4. So let's say a3. Also, I'm hinting at playing b4 myself. So let's say knight to b6. This, and I think something like this is still a theory with knight a4 coming in. This is like important idea to trade one piece, and then black is fine. So after h6. Yes, I believe white is better. Yeah, he could win one tempo on the h6 pawn, kind of pulling in the king over here, and then perhaps g4. And it's not so easy to organize f5 for black, and white could play with long castle. On the other hand, it's not so easy to open up the king side. There's one more maybe interesting point that arises sometimes, even here. White could go for h4, which seems like a bit strange, and then aiming to close the position actually with g4. Okay, now I'm not sure, maybe f5 arrives. So let's do it. But then actually f5 arrives. Or the thing I want to show that that here, yeah, let's say black plays slow move. Really f5 is forced, but this position is surprisingly lost for black, yeah, which I was not aware like before that something is this serious. But indeed, while you will castle short, you play f3, kingside will be forever locked, and then he'll have free hands on the queen side, and everything is aimed towards it. So I like white chances. So we will see. Yeah, it's still early stages of the game, so then we could return to it. And now we get to see the game. Vitaly Bernatsky from Ukraine against Araf Sarbalia, a young Indian boy against which I played 2 games, and in both he defended valiantly, and I managed to get 1 win and 1 draw. So he plays really solidly. Yeah? So he's not avoiding the main lines, and he's yeah, satisfied with this Vienna variation of the Queen's Gambit. And here Baransky played e3. I think it's a well-known inaccuracy that he should play here the move e4 or the old move bishop g5 and then enter the kind of Vienna variation. The problem with the e3 move is that here comes a6, and if white takes, now we enter the Queen's Gambit accepted, however with the white knight already on c3, and this is a bit premature, and for example it's not so easy to push on with a4, will be met by b4, and black has a rather nice game, and actually it's not so easy to navigate for white. There are lots of games where it seemed that white could simplify it, but actually black is already more comfortable. So there is this move a4, which is alright. And now the move c5, this is one option. Another thing is to play with b6, also very logical. Bishop b7, I believe now bishop b4, and black has obviously no problems, but c5 is also logical. Essentially, is the same line as with this game. In the game of Laurusas, if you can remember. So here happened a4, and then e6, and it was c5. So black spent 2 tempi. Here he got in the a6 move as a bonus, yeah, in this game. So this is a very nice inclusion. And came bishop c4, bishop e7. Bishop e7 is possible. Knight c6, then entering the IQP position. This is the standard. Bishop e7, and now queen c7 is the move which I don't like so much, because the queen could be vulnerable on the c file. Yeah, so let's say later white might bring the rook to c1, and the queen is not so well placed. In that case, black shouldn't take on d4 and trade it all down. It seems a bit artificial for black. Also, maybe possible to play d5 for white. So enter this structure, which it should be reasonable for black, but yes, I would guess that white has enough activity, so it's very concrete. Yeah, rook coming to c1, and black is still not castled, so I don't like the queen c7 move. Rohit versus Oktem, and so let's see what happened here. So knight f3. We have a semi-Slav, Meran variation, and now like anti-Meran system with queen c2. Oh, the modern version is with bishop d3, and then black takes and goes with b5. Queen c2 is more cunning, so he's waiting with the development of the bishop, meaning to take in one go. Bishop d6, that's the main reply. b6 is also possible. And now bishop d3. So here castling or taking also viable, more or less transposition. So take. And a6, I'm not so sure about this move. If he wants, he could play b5 directly, and I think this is still being played. Yeah, something like this, queen e7. So maybe he was concerned about like d5 move, but it's not really imminent. So okay, he could play like this. And there was a famous game, Aronian versus Anand, which black won brilliantly. And yes, I believe it went like this, a3. Oh, there is like a a5 move. It went, yeah. I don't remember, but it was with some brilliant sacrifices for. Yeah, a5 is possible, but yes, something like this. But yeah, and this was a topical game. Okay, let's go back. So he played a6 directly. So e4. Therefore, rook d1, queen c7. This position is still very solid for black. So even though white has the center, maybe in this position he could put the bishop to f1, which I like, solidifying the king side. He still went bishop b3 and e takes d4. It's also probably a mistake because it releases the tension. So like he should normally play like this, bishop b7, rook a8. So e takes d4. Perhaps, yeah, I would like to take with the knight, jumping to f5. Plays like this, I have bishop to g5, putting question to the f6 knight. And I'm not seeing the counterplay of black here, yeah? So of course he needs to calculate maybe this, but then the knight hits the d6 bishop. What is this line? Bishop h2 and c4. Does he win material or not? I have knight d5. Somewhere else. It seems dangerous for black, but not sure I can prove it. Yeah, so let's say I jump in, he takes. Now this is pinned. I threatened also to trap the bishop. Oh yeah, now he can take, yes. Yeah, this is defended, so therefore this is bogus for white. And now okay, I'm looking bishop h6. This is completely stupid that I want to rip open the black king. No, that also doesn't work. So not really, yeah. So maybe this is a problem. Now what about knight takes b5? Take. And the king h1, queen b8. Can I do something here with white? Also not seeing follow up. So how to react against c5 move? Yeah. Because okay, if this happens, if this somehow works for black, okay, I have the knight d5 move. So if he takes, then I hit the a8 rook. Yes, and this suddenly I solved the b3 bishop. Yes, so in this case, then white dominates positionally. Yes, so this is already what I like. So yes, c5 will be met by knight to d5 simply. Okay, now the game Lutzinger versus Kobo Ori. So, Kobo Ori is a GM from Israel, and he played here Sicilian Rouser. Yes, Queen d3 is kind of a new move. I've also seen this to be played with Bishop b5 first, which like never made that much sense, but like this, and then long castle, and somehow all the pieces are developed, but also black could kind of comfortably react with this. So Queen d3 here, a bit new for me, and Bishop d7, logical, long castle. a6, so that copies the mainline theory. And now came f4. So what are the advantages of the queen on d3? So at the first sight, the queen could be hit. But on the other hand, she has a natural square on g3. Thus, okay, let's see the difference. So f4, and then he played h6. He does play b5. There's a difference here. Black could take with the queen, and now f4 is hanging. But what could be the idea? So b5, 5, take. Yeah, this is also well-known motif like this. If white tries to win a piece, it's not really getting the desired result because of h6 and g5. This type of ending is always good for black. So I'm thinking, why not b5? Apparently h6, also reasonable. Take. Now f4 is hanging, so g3. And now he forced the queen trade. So in this position, black has two bishops and quite healthy pawn structure. Mostly the problem in Sicilian is the king, which could be under attack. But now he forced the queen trade. So therefore I like black g5, very logical. Tackling the f4 pawn. Also, yeah, he will aim to play bishop c6, rook g8, long castle. He has better chances for black. On the other hand, the position is a bit simplified. Yeah? So like it's not so easy to convert it with black, but certainly it's better. And now bishop g2. I also don't like this move because now the bishop will be subjected to some attacks, and now he controls this diagonal. Maybe f5 could be coming. Even bishop g7, just giving up this pawn and taking on c3, it also makes sense, or putting the king on e7. All in all, yeah, let's start with the long castle. That makes the most sense. I like black, and he has good chances to win this game. Yeah, I would say that this was from a bit new line. This was a very good outcome for him. Now we have a game Jan Ben Wong versus Yevgeny Eliseev, and White is actually good, our good friend from Malaysia, playing previous events here. And Yevgeny Eliseev, of course, experienced player. And now they played like English, Slav, Catalan line, something like this. And now a4 is typical. White could also try to just capture it with the piece here. Queen c2. I believe this is was heavily discussed. Bishop e6 or even queen d5. There is a line, and then something along those lines. But a4 first. So it preempts this maneuver. And okay, he played a5. controlling the b4 square, knight a3, queen to d5. Okay, so let's say that white plays queen to c2, then bishop e6. What bishop is going to move? It might be a bit risky to postpone development like this. Maybe white could organize a play, something like this, and e4. It looks nice. Also, black could maybe play knight a6, knight b4. Oh yeah, better to play knight a6. And if the queens are traded, then fine. Then he's already achieving some security. So let's see, this position seems very much playable for black. However, white is flexible here. I would say that here still the chances are equal. Early days. Now the game Kanya Marala versus Akanksha. So Akanksha, she played great on the previous non-tournament in Salesianum, and she made IM norm with 7 out of 9 points. So I guess she's pretty underrated and very solid player. So let's see. There's a queen's gambit with knight bd7. Yeah, so fairly standard. With good reputation for black. It transposed to the Carlsbad structure. Queen's gambit exchanged, where white knight is already on f3. So I would say black is doing reasonably well. So here, several plans. She could play with knight e8 and put the knight to d6. I quite like this setup. It's also possible to play knight to h5. Maybe the problem here is a bit that black is already castled and white is not. So like here in this situation, white might castle long and launch an attack. Yeah, so maybe if she wanted to do that, she could do it right away. Something like this, and now wait till white decides. If he castles short, I also castle short. If she castles long, then I go bishop e6 and then long castle, mirroring the white king and equalizing the game. Short castles, bishop d3. Now knight d4 is also a fairly typical plan, but here usually white takes, and then he could take it there, or knight to d2. I think I've seen both lines and still like kind of waiting, playing for f3. But all in all, black is not worse. Yeah, even in this kind of position here, so we might say that black is fairly comfortable, ready to meet the e4 break. Yes, or this one here. There is a slight weakness of the e4 pawn, but that is balanced by black's active pieces, and yeah, long-term white has some queenside ambitions or something like this, jumping with the knight there, but black shouldn't be scared. Yeah, she could launch actually maybe the king side counterplay. So yeah, some position like this should be fairly solid for the black side. Maybe bishop f5, just not to hang the e4 pawn. All right. Now we have a game Schassart versus Max Hess, international master from Germany, and we have French defense, or something resembling French defense, because it started as Sicilian Taimanov, then Alapin, and then d5. Here white played the move e5. I think most players, they like to take and just play d4, and is a fairly normal position, but it is, I guess it's safer for white, yeah, especially as the lower rated player. He went for e5, which is brave, and now d4 move. Normally I don't see much problems with the advanced French, so I would welcome it. Yeah, playing this system with bishop d7. Her d4 is principled also, and here white could play with bishop b5 or g3 or even d3. Yeah, so d3, g3. Yes, this position still quite complex. Black is aiming to exploit the e5 pawn, yeah, and develop on the queen side and maybe launching an attack. However, yeah, he has to be careful. Whenever he castles, his king will be subjected to some kingside pressure. So queen e2, d takes c3. This is a committal move, and now castle. Perhaps he didn't want to after castle face c4, and now the position is closed. But this is also very reasonable, and then he will make the queenside counterplay. So he took instead, and he prefers to play with the open center. His idea might be to play bishop b6, bishop a6, double up on the d file. On the other hand, this bishop is now active, and let's say white makes some improvement moves like this, and rook fd1. I think we have a sharp position. Definitely, black needs to be careful about his king. Yeah, so there might be some incursions on the dark squares. Even bishop g5 directly there. Game Nandish versus Fedorovsky. Here you have a queen's Indian on display, and the main line. Queen c2 is quite trendy. Main move is b3, but there are also some other choices. So queen c2, I like the move. Yeah, there's the bishop b4 for black, but bishop b7 definitely standard. And now c5. So the idea is that now that the queen is on c2, d5 is possible, but not as strong as before. So let's compare it here. If black plays bishop b7, then c5 definitely is not the way to go. After d5, white will recapture the pawn, and he's better. Thus, yeah, he lures the queen into c2 square, and then he jumps in with c5. d5. It's, by the way, quite necessary to sacrifice this pawn. If white decides to castle here, then it's pretty dry. Black could play knight c6 with equality, or even into c8, and then knight c6 or queen b7. It's quite comfortable. So yeah, better to muddy the waters, so to speak, with d5 takes. And now I'm surprised, yeah, a bit by this move. Castles. Certainly standard is to recapture, and now after knight takes d5, this is the well-known line. There is like one trap that white plays queen e4, and with the idea of rook to e1, rook to d1, I mean. But here black can simply go here, or knight a6. So or else there is this move, and now comes knight c6 with a nice motif here. So this one was heavily analyzed with c takes d5, but he went for castles, and this is already new for me. Black played bishop e7, kind of aiming to transpose, and white chose knight h4 and castles. Here we have the current position. Maybe we'll see it anyway. Now And white could go rook d1. Black could challenge it with knight e4 and hitting the knight. Quite unclear. Yeah, so this one, but it seems to me on the first side that this is better for white. But no, actually the e4 knight was hanging. So what I'm not getting. So here castles. My question is, what about d4 move? In this, like, very logical that I open the line, I avoid the pins, I keep my pawn. So maybe now e3, something like this. But okay, white does have some compensation, but is it for a full pawn? I don't see much problem for black. Yeah, so it's some new idea. Also, some d4 or even d takes c4. Is it too greedy to take this pawn? In e4 I may also take. So it looks a bit crazy, but it's like principled. I want to get something with white, like something like this, but I'm not convinced that this is so great for white. Take. Maybe knight c6. Not really. Knight d7. Bishop e7. Okay, but now maybe I lose some material. Yeah. If I take with the rook, he castles. Oh, take here. Interesting. Yeah, maybe taking with the rook. Maybe this is some kind of analysis for white. And also I don't have to take. Yeah, I could play any reasonable move like knight c6 or bishop b7. So this one is a bit of a mystery for me. That why didn't he take? And he continues to play. Okay, this is just a sample line, but he played without it. All right, we'll see. So actually, this is the current position. So knight to c3, still not taking. So giving up the option to jump with the knight. And then he has to take. And knight on d4 seems nice, but it's also a bit trapped. So like e3 is a problem. Very strange position. Maybe something like this. But normally speaking, it does seem that white has some advantage. Also, knight b4 is similar, so knight c6 not really on the agenda. Okay, what he can do is like this and prepare for all kinds of jumps. Also, there is some g6 available. This is some kind of like a Benoni situation, which is also quite well known, and it's simply better for white. Yeah. So curious, like, what is the theory of this? So castles, because I was using this line sometimes with black and often with white, and I always took. So what could be the reason here? So actually, knight c6 is okay. Knight c6 transposes, but my question is: so what about dc4? Yes, so e4, knight c6. I'm looking at some analysis, and apparently this is quite dangerous for black because e5 is coming. But it's unclear. Yeah, so d takes c4 was possible. Also d4, and now perhaps there is some. And here computer likes knight c3. Okay, this is quite fun. Okay, sacrificing the second pawn and having this compensation for two pawns. Yeah, now knight d5 is quite dangerous, perhaps. But very just for me because I don't see exactly what is the compensation, but Yeah, let's put this position on the board, short castles and rook 81, and white has everything developed, and he has already some threats to regain at least one pawn. But black is not without chances, so very interesting line. Playing castles and not c takes d5. Yeah, so black doesn't have some jumps and some possibilities. Okay, let's go further. Here we have a game Parvanian versus Kania Marala, and this was Catalan. D takes c4, the main line, queen c2, a6, everything. Quite well known. Bishop f4, one of the moves. Is also possible to play with bishop to g5. Or knight to c3, so knight bd7, knight c3 now, knight b6. If there is bishop d6 move or some kind of h6, but knight b6. Now she took, which I don't like. Because it helps out building the white center. It's true that knight e5 might be the topic. And also a5 is a bit annoying. So I don't like how black played this position. It's already a bit uncomfortable. Like ideally I would like to play a5, put something on b4, and if knight e5 happens, then maybe I have this. So that like this I have check, and in this position now d4 pawn falls. Yeah, so this is what I would like to have. Question is if white something better. Of course he could normally take with the bishop, let's say, but in this position at least I have some kind of solidity for black. Bishop f6 coming. Still white is slightly better. Yeah, I should say that here maybe queen trade kind of gets black equal game, so something to think about. So that's a5, maybe knight takes c3, bc3, and now she's thinking. I think it's already problematic because let's say some queen d7 happens. Oh, queen d7 is bad, but I don't even know what could be the next one. Bishop d5. Yes, and then e4 is coming in. I feel as if black cannot stabilize in the center, and thus, okay, the f5 move is really ugly, and I don't think that this is healthy for black. Okay, but on the other hand, I also don't see any refutation. Yeah, it's just like a positional advantage for white. Yeah, let's say here and here. So anyway, I think white has better chances. Now next game, Bogdanov versus Golding, and we have a Spanish knight c3 variation. It's actually more dangerous than it looks, and I think it offers good chances. So bishop c5, that's the antidote. They kind of to develop. Actually, my friend, Slovakian international master, played 1d6, and after knight g5 he could resign, yeah, because f7 is caving in. Okay, he played bishop e6, but he could resign. Anyway, it was bishop c5, and now knight d5. Yeah, this is a tricky move, and here black shouldn't take. As far as I remember, he shouldn't take because he'll be in some trouble here. Yes, but how does it go? Maybe queen e2, and something like this. He's just not ready to capture such a venomous pawn. So castle, and this is the correct move, because once I played the move d6, which also seemed very logical, But the problem is now c3 still knight e4 d4, and here it's quite awkward because white intends to go with bishop to g5, so it went like this, and actually here definitely white is better. Yeah, so like this position, take, yes, like this, just white was much better. So that's the key point. So castle now, because now after c3 he could actually take already on e4. Now his king is safe. So does d3 is forced, and then the position is slower. And knight takes d5. I don't really like. I believe he should play h6. Now d6, but now this tempo plays a crucial role, and now yeah, there's no issue for black. Yeah, let's say rook b8 is one move. Yeah, or bishop a7, quite reasonable. So he took immediately, and take rook b8. This is already a bit artificial. I can play d6 and my e5 pawn is hanging, so queen to e8, and this h3. Okay, this is a committal decision to take the knight, give up my Spanish bishop. I believe after a4, white has to be better. Simply just like this kind of position, yeah, he keeps all the advantages, or c3. But this might be also good because now he has much better pawn structure. It reminds us of exchange Spanish, but here there are some weaknesses with a6 b5 on the queen side for black, and okay, white might play bishop e3 and d4. It seems quite nice here. So queen e2 first, and now if white manages to trade two bishops, he's doing very well. To get change, maybe this is premature because oh no, well, there is knight takes d4 and c6 is hanging, so queen e4. That's no good. So we need to do it some other way. Maybe that's too hasty. Maybe just a4, and then occupying the a file. Yeah, maybe even jumping in, doubling on the a file. White has initiative. Yeah, that's for sure. And I don't see counterplay for black. So he's big favorite, Artem Bogdanov, to win this game. Peterson versus Sherman, and here we are a bit further along. Let's see, it was French, Tarash. Now d takes c5 move, also a tricky line, just played by Jon Ludwig Hammer, and I think it contains yeah, some venom, and yes, unlike the main line. So here's normal to take with the bishop, and if bishop c4, here many moves, but I remember the good is to go to c6, which is not so natural, but it makes a lot of sense that I want to play with b5, bishop b7, and okay, knight d5 is not really crucial. Yeah, so knight d5, queen c7. So this is what I remember. Is the most natural, but also possible to take with the queen. Okay, knight b d7. You see that white is waiting with this knight e4 move. Doing it too soon, I believe it would have been a mistake, yeah, because then it makes black development quite easy. So queen e2 should be correct, and now a4. Still waiting. Maybe possible to play a3, bishop b2, or b3. Many moves. A4. Okay, queen c7. Yeah, black played reasonably and reconfigured his pieces. Yeah, so this I like. Knight d5. Slightly mysterious move. Okay, he wants to maybe jump to f4, but I wouldn't play it. Just develop. Was there a problem with b4? Maybe. But now c3 square is weak. I can occupy it, and okay, having quite nice game with black. So Yeah, bishop d7 I would go. Bishop d7, bishop c6, rook d8. Knight d5, also white could consider taking, creating isolating, but didn't do it. So knight b3, take, knight b3 actually maybe slightly better. So c3, bishop d7. Again, like taking is a viable option, especially because the following position is not so much fun for black. Yeah, I play bishop e3, bishop d4, and okay, now maybe bishop g4 is an issue. I don't have to do, yeah, I could do something like this, yeah, and then bishop d4, and it's a bit sad for black, but yes, certainly bishop d7, rook e1, this is normal. Now he took, all right. So this he deemed to be the correct time. Now he could force the dark colored bishop trade. Okay, what about? I don't understand why bishop rook d8. Maybe this was more logical. Then white could try to win two bishops, but still I would accept okay here any trade rather than what happened in the game. Because here, okay, let's say this position, I don't have isolated pawn and I have relatively good counterplay on the D file. Because I would say this is pretty equal. But he allowed this transformation, and now bishop g5 is definitely better for white. Yeah, so bishop g4 was the idea, but now crucially there is queen e5. Next would be knight d4. Yeah, so let's say he trades, and this position, and this is a long torture, and it's of course I go back to d4 with my knight, and maybe black can hold it, but it's really passive. So I have a game of Fiona Zieber versus Kostov Dejan Samuil, and we have a fighting position Sicilian. Let's go through it. So Taimanov, knight c6, queen c7, and g4, kind of new line. It always seemed a bit puzzling for me that the g4 move without knight on f6. It's kind of like empty jump, but okay, it's quite popular. So take. That is important to take before black is ready to capture with the bishop. Yes, so it's correct. Queen takes, yes, queen d2 is still some deep theory. Rook g1, queen c4. Here, white is pawn down, but he has everything mobilized, and this is extremely dangerous for black. However, he has kind of the central control still, so now he needs to castle long. What about the bishop e7 move? Maybe he was concerned about knight f5 jump. Can't really castle. Yeah, this would end up badly. Yeah, just dropping the e7 bishop. Thus, okay, but if I force long castle as white, that I will be already quite confident that I'm doing well. This king will never be safe in the future. There's already rook c4, big threat. This one could give a check. Sufficient and then capture on f7. Okay, so let's say trade these bishops and then take here. I regained the pawn and I'm attacking with white. So this actually looks great, and it I'm not really sure why black was attracted into this position, because quite clearly this is troublesome. They have some e5 with the idea like Somehow this is hanging. Could this be the idea? Interesting. Maybe now he wins a piece. I might play it, but that's like not quite enough. Oh, actually, like e5, hitting a queen, but then b4 is hanging. Yeah, so this doesn't work for black. Yeah, so I had a feeling that this is quite suspect. And okay, if not knight takes f4, what does he have to do? Maybe bishop c5. So the idea is to take now, and also, yeah. So let's say this now my king is quite secure, and I could play. Okay, this is a check, but get my drift. I could maybe even take this pawn. Yeah, so no, what is this? Bishop takes f2 is rook takes b4, and the queen is pinned here. So this. Oh, this does work for black apparently. Still very risky even after king b1, but rook c4 one move. There's possibility. Maybe also bishop to e5 comes to mind. Oh no, I like white, but the position is still quite messy. I'm looking even some knight c3 business, but it's perhaps too much. Yeah. So anyway, good chances for Fiona Ziber. Now we have game Kalnichenko versus Philip Lucian, and here we have another timer. So as you can see, this is a very this whole timer of a very popular line, and it is good for black if he wants to play for the win, leading to fighting chess. So queen d3. This was played by Anand versus Carlsen, and this line is a bit dry, and white doesn't have anything. So pawn up, but he can't really actually even take it. Yeah. So this one, I think it will lead to quick draw. Sometimes white is quite content with drawing the game with white against nominally stronger opponent. So let's go again to the board number 1, because since then games have progressed. We saw it through move 3, so bishop b5 g6. He took, and it's actually a well-known mistake here, playing g6 already. She should have centralized the knight with knight to d4. And here, let's say e6 and a6, tackling the bishop even further. g6, okay, so here he takes, and bc. It's like the Rossolimo, but white should actually play with f4 and knight f3. And I believe he's much better. Yeah, just a nice position. Okay, he played with knight g2, which probably also possible, and more flexible, and bishop e3 h5. You see that black is quite uncomfortable. It's not clear what she wants to do. d5 makes the weaknesses on the queen side. e5 would be desirable, but then f4 comes in, and f5 idea. Even this helps white very much so. So a6, bishop b3. I'm not sure what black is aiming for. Okay, she wants to make a castle, but that allows the bishop trade. Also, the king will be target on the king side, that's for sure. And now bishop on a6 is strength. Okay, a3, nice move. Okay, so of course this doesn't work. It can be taken, and so a3. What is the idea? Maybe b4. And black pieces are in trouble. Yeah, so let's imagine castles. Take, and if I take with the rook, then rook a1, losing the a6 bishop. If he takes like this, there is very famous motive, but now the queen is protected, of course, so not like this. It's simply rook b1. No squares for the black queen and rook a1. So that is very crafty and just winning the bishop. Yeah, so still, yeah. Actually, her pieces are a bit tangled, and this bishop a6 was also a bit unfortunate because if she cannot play c4, then this makes no sense. Like, I think she combined several plans in this position, also h5 with strange. Yeah, so anyway, queen takes a3 doesn't work. So white is much better in this Sicilian struggle. So now we have another game, Taimanov, and here we discussed that black is quite solid. He played with a5, a4, advancing on the queen side, rook to f3, d4. Yeah, so just at this point, knight has to go back. And Anton Korbov could play with e5. Maybe that allows a lot of play for white, so actually I don't like it. c5 is also well motivated with bishop b7. If white jumps here, perhaps g6 will be forced. But this is quite a reliable move. He will not be mated, by the way. And e5 is only helping black here, so he has good prospects. However, yeah, the position still remains to be seen what both sides can do. White does have some long-term prospects on the king side. The thing is that something will happen here. I'm trying to play c4, and each of the moves will open up the queen side, and then white's attack loses its bite. Yeah, so I think black is better. And game Safardi versus Weyrauch. I believe black is already lost, but what happened here? Okay, some technical phase here, but so we saw the position after move 6, so white gained 2 bishops. Actually, black took it back. He aimed to play e5, maybe knight d7 could be considered, but okay, this one is because the queen on c7 is very vulnerable, and now he took with the bishop. If he takes with the pawn, then f5 couldn't be accomplished. Yeah, so let's say this and doubling, tripling on the d file. Yeah, it's quite poor position for black. So he took with the bishop, and now, okay, white was for sure considering taking this way, but the issue is the e4 pawn. Some counter chances for black. Yeah, so I mean, maybe this one is not too bad, for black. Also some b5 coming in. So actually kept the better knight against the black bishop, and now rook a3, rook b3. That's really smart. Yeah, so activating the rook, aiming at rook b6, bishop to g7. Rook b6 is the idea. Somehow black queen runs out of squares. So I mean, normally maybe I would like to play this move, but it's a bit suspect for black. Yeah, so let's say like this, maybe b3, some e5 move here. Not really. Oh, but simply like this, and white dominates even just with the heavy pieces on. he should win. Yeah, so bishop g7 back, and now queen c8. Was this? Oh, this wasn't possible. It's simply knight c7. It's a fork. And it's not really enough for black. He has this nice long range bishop, but I will play b3 and just exchange up. So yeah, or he will get back with the rook. So anyway, queen c8, queen f3. So now white is clearly better. He dominates the whole board, and it's really visible that how he uses all his pieces. So now opening the long diagonal. Very nice combination, and winning queen for knight and rook. In this position, it shouldn't take long for him to win, because not only he has this queen as material advantage, but he also has the a pawn. Yes, so here true black has some kind of potential for fortress, but white queen should prevail. There's just a5, a6 coming in. The bishop is a bit shut off, like it's not clear if he can pose any issues to the white pawn advancing. Simply this bishop is out of play, and he can do some kind of a-line play, something like this. But then I would still muscle it through, or with the rook coming in. So actually, it's just a winning position for white. Black will need some rapid counterplay, but it's not in the cards, not quick enough. Ying versus Demchenko, and we left it in this King's Indian fianchetto. And okay, I mentioned this bishop d7 setup and knight b5. So actually, he took, and I think it helped black. So in general, if you have less space, if you trade pieces, it helps you. It's much easier to organize your stuff in the small room if you have less stuff. Yeah, and for white. Yes, I don't like this knight b5. It's just not necessary. Yeah? So I could play king h to b3, rook b1. A lot of improvement moves without giving black a chance to simplify. So he took. Now he has to take with the pawn, which is another thing that can't take with the knight because e4 was hanging. And now h5. I like it here. So hinting at h4 and. Which happened, maybe h4 for white is better, but yeah, it's a tough choice. And here he fights for the squares, so c6, interesting. So he controls the squares, also opens up the position a bit, and he calculated that this long diagonal is not a problem. So this one, queen e7, knight to e6, but actually he lost. He lost the d6 pawn, so actually I'm not sure about this move, whether this was necessary. You'd like to play like bishop e5, queen f6, but then knight d5 is the problem, so... White hopes to play f4 and open up the king set. Okay, I think black has compensation, but whether he's better, that's another question, because he's pawn down and white has two bishops, so... Bishop b2, take, knight b5. Okay, he'll have a great square on f4 for his knight. No, well, but to my head is not convincing. I can play even e5, opening up the long diagonal. I have a nice square for my knight. Knight to c4 comes in, hops, and I already like white. So like if we take a look, yeah, he writes only 0.4, but it could be Okay, the black might hold it, but I don't think this is what he imagined that this will be. Maybe this c6 needed to be fought through, because like kind of this position I really liked, and I think like if something like this happened, then just a simple line. Black is quite solid, and okay, knight d5 comes. Not so easy. Not so easy. He could wait here, or knight b6 somehow play. Yeah, this after c6 he lost the d6 pawn, and hard to tell where is this compensation. Okay, he has some kind of direct square bind, but seems to be better for white. So maybe we'll get an upset in this game. At least a draw would be, of course, nice for white. Amar versus Dolhanova. So we have this kind of bishop f4, London, Queen's Indian mix, and black played reasonably with bishop a6, d5 is also recommended. He could also take, or c5. Okay, good enough. Castle c6 is a bit passive here, I think. Rook e1. Now b4. So I start to like white more and more. The problem is that she lacks in development on the queen side, and white has a very potent threat to playing b5. Actually, I would expect black to stop it, which she didn't do. What could be the reason? Okay, now the c6 pawn is permanently weak, and white does have some plans to improve. But still, it seems like lesser evil than allowing b5, because now this happened, and now what about the b5 move? So first of all, okay, let's take. And now c5 not really on, yeah, because she loses the d5 pawn. And otherwise this is a disaster. Maybe like this, trying to keep the position closed, but it's not so secure. And here I would even go to say that white is positionally winning. This is a bad knight. And she has a lot of holes on the c file in the whole position. Yeah, to be honest, now d5 pawn is going to fall. White wins. I think somewhere along here, this c6 bishop d6 netted her a very very poor position, so shouldn't happen. Krishnan versus Laurusas, and again bishop e7 was chosen, and now actually it was like a typical IQP position. Knight to e5. There, knight e5. e5 again. I don't like black play, especially against weaker opponent. Played knight fd5, which is kind of simplifying. Bishop d7 is a normal move, and maybe he was concerned about some kind of liquidation like this d5, which could be okay, but so be it. Yeah, that he needs to fight in this kind of position. Okay, maybe d6 is a problem. That's really a problem. So let's say this, I don't know. Surely white should hold it, but I have two bishops, so should be prioritized. This or h6 move. Knight fd5 simplifies it, and white gets knight to e5, a5. and he has very nice knights and already threatening to jump into black's position. There's a lot of vulnerabilities here. A rook can swing onto king side, here or here. Just this, I believe, bit nasty position for black. Now counterplay, d4 pawn is not really weak, as we can see. And white enjoys a nice piece play. Bhagat versus Kainanen. Let's go from the beginning. We left it here. Bishop e2, bishop g5. White played very, very solidly, so no surprises. And now knight c5. The idea is queen b6, simply rook b8 and capturing here. I guess so. Here black welcomes this trade, and his rook is already jumping in the position. And that said, this is still very much unclear. Black queen is a bit vulnerable. So knight c5 actually could be considered to take. Otherwise, okay, black has no problems. Even if black has this damaged pawn structure, it's still quite nice. So knight c5 interesting. I believe white should accept the challenge and take the pawn. Visak versus Mahitosh. Yeah, the take c4 was a poor decision, and now bishop e2. White is preparing bishop f3 transfer, later on in the game. So knight d4 that happened, knight b3, getting a tempo, bishop g3, and queen b1. Notice that he's not in hurry to trade with knight d5 or anything like this, so it also is possible. He gets back with the queen, and now it's like a typical position which is quite set for black. So he lashed out with f5. If he does f6, I believe it loses to this one, and now there is a pin. f5 is controlled and simply doubling, wins the d7 knight. So he went with f5, but how does this work? How could white pile up more pressure? Maybe this. f4 traps the bishop, so maybe here he ran into some tactical difficulties. Now what about, okay, I'm just thinking queen to e4, hitting the bishop. Yes, also knight f6 I take, and if this I take here. This seems seems a bit awkward for black, that now he's losing material, and I don't see actually what else can he do. So all in all, this seems like a pretty bad position for black, and maybe there are some other moves. I mean, white could play slowly with f3, let's say, but I guess there is something stronger here. So anyway, good chances for white. Petko versus Faris, and yeah, this was a Petrosian King's Indian. So actually rook g1, it's a nice prophylactic move, ruling out the f5 completely, and he still pursues the kingside play with h5. You know, it's not that easy to completely rip it open, so that's why he went for the other plan, simply closing down the king side. On the other hand, black got a lot of counterplay on the queen side. So actually, okay, here I would say that black has decent chances, but normally I would like it for white, but my rook is still not there. He probably has no sacrifices to open the king side, and black will just advance. And now his bishops are ready to be traded. There's knight f5 jump, but black could mostly ignore it. So knight with the knight d1, what is white's plan? He might like transfer the knight somewhere here. But in my eyes, this is a good position for black. Yeah, so definitely white maybe should have castled long and played a bit more decisively on the king side. Bernatsky versus Sarbalia, and here you had this a4 c5 position and queen c7, which I didn't like, and immediately the queen is being targeted. Yeah, so like this is the problem with the queen on the c file. It will have to go back, and whether to b8 or where, yeah, it's not clear. Maybe knight e5 is coming. Bishop d3 also a threat. So Bernatsky is I believe quite a lot better. Rohit versus Octane, and here it seems white has a winning attack. So what happened here? So it was the semi-Slav, if you remember, and now just e4, bad mistake, and white jump on f5, and he trapped the bishop. So here you have some tactical complications. What about b4 here? I assume just bishop g5 or anything. Yeah, so take, and now the idea was that f5 knight is hanging, but bishop f4, intermediary move, knight d6. And now the bishop is simply trapped, yeah, so... I mean, he has two pawns, but in this position, white's piece is worth much more than two pawns, and he will begin mating attack quite soon. Actually, he took on c6, which normally I would like to keep the queens. Okay, he traded. Black wanted to keep it. Bit more complicated, but after queen f6, just as I said it, black resigned. So there are too many threats going. Rook d7 with interference, rook d8 with back rank, and bishop b5 with the dark square invasion. So everything falls for black, and with queen sideline like this and material down, there are no moves here. So Rohit already got the second point under his belt, and next game Lutzinger versus Kobo. We had Rouser, and this ending is fantastic for black. So he has two bishops. He has two semi-open files or open files, and even there is a lever in the form of e5, so white will not keep the position closed. No way. Yeah, so let's say here I like h4. I want to say that even such a position, which is not forced for black, but he could venture into this like the pure form of two bishops, and just wonderful winning chances with king. Coming down to either side, I have f5 move. Yeah, it's nice. The question is whether there is something better here, even with improved chances. Something like f6 and then e5 or f5. But at least this, and I predict black to win easily. Wong versus Yelisev. So we had this weird English, and now b3 sacrificing the second pawn, and it's like a bit of a bluffing for white. I don't see the compensation. Okay, knight b6. Okay, so rook b8 is forced. Oh, but what happens now after bishop e5? The rook is trapped. Was this a blunder from the black? Knight b6. Oh, this is crazy. Okay, so I believe that here in this position after knight c4, queen d8 was warranted, and now okay, white could try to exploit it, but then I move out the bishop. Play also e4 or like this, but this is a normal position. Yes, some kind of compensation. I believe not full compensation for white, but okay. After this, I don't even know. Like, could he sign or like he could play like a rook a6 and try to trap the knight, but it seems crazy. So like this. What do I have with white? That could be the best. Minimum I have this, and I have two bishops, and I'm basically positionally winning, but is there something better? Knight e5, queen b3. Okay, so this is a bit of a disaster. This knight b6. I think black completely overlooked it, because there's no way that he wanted to have this. Maybe the knight b4 was not necessary, and just like he needed to develop, and then rook d8 and something like this. So this was the collapse of the black player. And Kanya Marala versus Akanksha. All right, here white is clearly better, and I think okay, this bishop h4. This shouldn't be anything for white yet, but now can b4. Not sure about bishop f6, and now allowing b5. Maybe a6 was better. Definitely was better. And now with this minority attack, actually white achieved something. He created a weakness on c6, and also nice outpost on the c5 square. So so here, yeah, he'll dominate it, and later on we can imagine the situation of good bishop versus bad bishop, something like this. It's not forced, but just to illustrate that now c6 pawn is weak, and we have a great bishop, yeah, compared to the bad black bishop. So I think these are great chances for white, and black has big problems. Shazard versus Hess. So here we advance in this king's Indian attack position, let's call it like this. And no, I mentioned that black opened the center, but it was quite comical, and knight e6. He wants to simply win the e5 pawn. I don't believe it's that easy. One thing white could do is to take, and maybe knight e4. Some idea. If he takes, I have bishop f4, bishop c7, which is a problem. There is knight b3, yeah, to be honest, but okay, this position maybe could white try to exploit it with knight f6 here. Hey, let's see this line. This looks quite interesting, sacrificing the rook, but then I want to jump into h6. Does he have a defense? Queen d6. Seems to fizzle out for white. but not entirely clear. Okay, maybe white is not in hurry to do it. There's also rook b1. There is a typical move. So let's say he takes. There's one line. I will trade everything and play knight to c4, forcing this trade. And now b7 hangs, also h6 hangs. Position should be around equal. He shouldn't take, maybe he should play bishop b3. All the white pieces are active, so he should be able to liquidate the game into the drawish position. But this one is by no means forced. Yeah? He could think about improvement. Nandish versus Fedorovsky. And here you had this mysterious Queen's Indian, which I will have to check later. But here it transposed, and this was like, again, this balanced position, knight a6, knight c7, queen d3. I really like white. And there is, all black pieces are passive. There is no play for him. And the position remains complicated, yes, so he might still prevail, but the opening was definitely success for the Indian player as white. And here we have Parvanian versus Kanemarala, and here e4 came, bishop f4. It's just better for white. He controls the whole center. Also, he has motifs involving d5 and not g5, yeah, so we might imagine something like this happening, even yeah, like here, take, knight g5. I think this is just very dangerous for black, and he'll lose some material. So actually, this position might be playable, but you get my drift. Yeah, maybe knight e5 here. But actually, yeah, this is typical. I take, and now I'm going to win the queen. So big trouble after rook d1, d5 is imminent, and will come against all the replies. Yeah, so I don't see satisfactory defense. White is better center, and he also has some tactical possibilities. So thus this was like bishop on c6 is vulnerable, and also the queen. So this was failure for black. Bogdan versus Golding, and here we saw this kind of better position for white. Actually, even with the trading of the two bishops, so this one is really cleanly better for white. All he needs to do is to simplify it a bit, maybe play with f4. Came rook g3. Isn't this like a bit dangerous? Okay, rook f3 coming in. ef. Queen takes. So if everything goes well for white, then he's much better. Like black is dreaming about some c4, but he's also weak on the back rank, and I might invade with the rook. It's definitely good for white. Rook f3. Well, what is the idea of black? Does he have some tactic here? Like take and allowing, but this doesn't work, yeah? Rook h3 wins, or here's some check and then still rook h3. So this is a bit of a bogus for black. So okay, maybe he wants to trade and then trade the queens, but this endgame is also very poor for black. So maybe he's hoping to hold something like this, but his whole queen side will fall apart. There is also knight e5 coming, and it shouldn't be tenable. So okay, let's go to the Christian Peterson versus Sherman. And this French with queen takes c5. At first I like black decisions, but then entering this position, okay, actually I can piece sacrifice with knight takes f7, which I didn't expect. Okay, but it has its point. So after king g8 comes rook e7. This is a cold shower for black. There is no bishop g4, obviously, still queen f7. Rook f8.
Tomorrow I will get the projector.
Check. Yes, and simply taking on d7. So white wins. King g6 was played. Queen d3 check.
The home. I'm leaving now.
After bishop f5 happens rook e6 check and h4. This is a king walk, which is not going to end up nicely. Like check. This is a checkmate. Or
I like your commitment. I need you like people.
this one. I'm just like having fun. And white wins. And thus, okay, king f6, queen d4 check. And now check again, queen f3, and now rook e7. So here is the same position, but without the d5 pawn. What is the difference? Black has the queen c4 idea to stop it, but queen b5, queen f3. Still there is a problem with queen coming in. Now actually queen c4 is not available. Thus I see rook f8 as the only move. Rook f8. Can target the g7 pawn. Okay, remember black cannot use the queen in defense because he loses the bishop. Yes, and this is the whole line. Rook f7, I take and I win the rook in the corner. This is a KO. And g5, many moves, but simply queen d6, targeting the bishop, going there and just crushing the black king. So actually this, although it wasn't maybe too difficult to calculate, this was a brilliant combination, and the whole foresight for white that he really went for it. Now with knight h6, knight f7, maybe black was forced to play bishop f5 and bishop g6 just to safeguard the king side, but it wasn't obvious. Yeah, so here. White has a nice end game here in this line. Let's say putting the knight on d4. It's quite strong. But after h6, yeah, look at this. Yeah, so take, and calculating this whole sequence of checks and captures, and just finally winning the third pawn and still attacking. Yeah, so. This was a brilliant game for white. Yeah, certainly if there was some game of the day prizes, I would award it. Yeah, so we will see about it. We'll discuss it together with our team. But this one was quite cute. Yeah, so game Zieber versus Kostov. So it came. Bishop c6. Yes, bishop c6, king b7 is actually logical, but white wasted no time, jumping with knight f5. And now black is thinking, and he's having a real dilemma, because how to develop? Of course, this is out of the question. Yeah, something like this. It opens, so it's crashing. Now g6 move. It seems to at least lose something here. Knight h6, or what can we do here? It's simply knight d4. targeting the c6 bishop, and white might not take immediately, but maybe later. Looks much better for white. Yeah, so knight f5. Here you have the game position. Still, maybe g6 is the move. But practically, this is very, very difficult. Knight d4 is the idea, or bishop b5 still. Just a better position for white. She still needs to find a way to break through. The game we mentioned, Kalinichenko versus Philip. Yeah, that was the last game of our selection, and we saw it up to this point. It was quite an uneventful game. White was happy with the draw, and okay, not yeah, here. Bishop takes a3. Of course, no side is really risking. If anything, okay, maybe white is tiny bit better, but it's not enough, of course. And here I have a drawn rook endgame or rook a8. Yeah. So anyway, bishop endgame. That's a draw. And Hulka versus Oleria. Okay, this we haven't seen, and this is like some kind of Greenfeld. Okay, I like to maybe speak a bit about this. Greenfeld was always very popular, but recently it's in the shadow of just Nimzo Indian and some Queen's Gambits. But it was holding pretty well. So Bishop d7, it had a reputation a bit of a complicated game, and black needed to know a lot of lines. So for example, this position is really nice for white. He has two bishops and just a central majority. Rook b4. Okay, he aimed to take the c4 pawn. Maybe just f4 e5 was quite good enough. Okay, he went for this. Rook c4. Here black does have some compensation, controlling the dark squares and aiming at the c3 pawns. So let's say like this. I'm coming with queen c5 and you know, some issues for white keeping the control. Yeah, so I didn't like how he was too eager to capture the c4 pawn. I think he could have waited with this. All right, now let's go back to the top boards. And we concluded after a3, white is much better. So he took it slowly with king h1 and rook e1, king b4. So now c5 pawn is challenged. And yes, I think she needs to take. It creates the a7 target. White has quite easy time organizing there. If she plays a6, there is a hole on b6 square. So all in all, also my center is now mobile. I could think about d4, d5. Why not? Especially with black king in the center, yet uncastled. And she's really worried about this trade somehow. She doesn't want to allow, but maybe it's not a big deal, and she should accept this position. Yeah, something like this. Bishop b6 coming. So anyway, still white is much better on both sides, and even in the center. So it's like accumulation of a lot of small pluses, and it should be enough for him to win. Philip versus Korobov. Okay, so we had this rook f3, rook swing, bishop a6, good reaction, and g6, just to prevent any type of sacrifices. This is the current position. I think black is on his way to victory. It's not completely clear yet. but white game is not really getting through. So let's say here rook e8. There is e-line counterplay. If he plays with e5, I have knight g4. The knight could circle back to h6. And black has advantage. You play rook d8, he will target all the vulnerable pieces on the d file. White would need something really quick to break through, which I don't see. So if the game goes in that direction, black should win. And here we had the Safarli game against Vairov, and he won the queen. Yeah, so we saw this position. Actually, queen c6 he didn't take on a6, which I find a bit puzzling. But on the other hand, he doesn't lose the b2 pawn, which is quite important. Black can take on b2 with the bishop, because then this falls, and it's a big problem. Then his king becomes squishy. So rook takes a4, b3. Yeah, so this was the white's idea. Now, okay, black has some tiny chances just because his position is completely locked down, and he doesn't have any weaknesses. So it is nearing to some fortress, and I think Safarli should have taken on a6. I don't see the reason why. Why not? We analyze this rook takes b2, queen c6, and it seems to my eyes as a simple win. Yes. So, a pawn is running. There are some tactical motives. The queen is well entrenched on c6, and the bishop is out of play. So this one, why queen c6? Because he kept the b2 pawn, but lost his passed pawn, and now how could he improve? Yeah, so if he trades the rooks, then his only plan, it seems to be pushing the pawn to g5, like something like this. But it's also a bit risky, and black could play simply h6. I don't know. h4 I take. And I'm going in with the rook. King is a bit vulnerable, so actually rook a1. Well, I could see maybe keep the rooks, go like this, try to play g5. But nothing clear. Nothing clear, certainly. I could also do it without it, because this is hanging. So like play f4 maybe now. Again, there is this, and white would need some tactic to make it work, which I don't see. So the problem is that he will need to push his kingside pawns to make some progress, and this one, it's queen versus rook and bishop in pure form, so it should be better for the queen, but it's also about the type of the position. Here there are no targets for white queen. Board is open, but this whole, I would say, let's look at it. This structure is it's very sturdy for black, yeah, and this bishop cannot be shifted somehow. So that's why he needed to play on the queen side and taking this pawn. So let's see what is the evaluation here. So he likes it for white, but he's shifting down. Yeah, it's now much closer to a draw. Whilst this position, yeah, this one was much better. So yes, it's true, and I think that we might see an upset draw in this position. Actually, now we have the update. So they played with Just I will refresh it. With g5, was managed to get in with queen e3 g5. Yes, I like g5 because now the bishop is stable. Now what could be the idea for white? We'll play king g7 and h6 and I will wait. Actually, the black rook can even join in defense of the squares, and this seems to me as a fortress. Yeah, or like Magnus Carlsen said that he doesn't believe in fortresses, but this is just a fortress. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe white's plan could be to prepare c3 and b4 and like create a passer on the queen side, but it seems pretty unrealistic, so should end up in a draw, but okay, we'll see. Ying versus Demchenko, and here we had the situation of Andrew Ying won a pawn and still kept it. Black has some compensation with the weakened f4 square, but not so easy situation for another favorite. Let's say he plays knight f4 and he could try to take and take on e4, but shouldn't be any better, and there is knight c6 actually, so now c5 is vulnerable. Maybe just rook e5 and holding. This also like should be a draw, like this position is a theoretical draw, but there are no winning chances for black for sure, so not great. Amar Elham versus Doluhanova. So we saw this queen's gambit, and I was thinking that b5 should have been played. And even for white, I believe b5 seems to be much better, yeah, because now the position will open, or alternatively cb5 and then a5. Then like this is a weak pawn, and also this knight is pretty poor. So I was surprised that he went slowly and allowed this one, because now the position is more closed, and seemingly black prepared nice transfer of the rook. Yes, this I like. So this one is clearly good. Keeping the knight on b8, defending this one, and he'll have a lot of work now. Converting g5, ambitious. So she had an idea to play maybe knight g7, f5. Clamping down completely on the position. So now he went for e4, f5. Interesting. So actually e4 is also committal for white. There is some knight f4 coming in. As white, I would like to open up the position. So we have to consider something like this and then take there. It's not convincing. Actually, black is quite active. So okay, he played e5, queen e6, but now we have a completely locked down position, and again we might see some kind of fortress for black. Of course, there is a king side struggle still on. I'm not really sure. Let's say f4, rook f8, just is kind of waiting it out. White cannot do anything here, only there. So it would be nice for either of the sides to get the king there to the queen side, but that's too long, I assume. Let's say rook g7 and just marking time. I think I would take white, but it's not so clear. Not so clear if he manages to break through. Krishnan versus Laurusas. And I mentioned here that white was doing well. Yeah, so I didn't like the knight fd5 move. And here white has a nice activity. Bishop f1, queen a3. So here you have the current position. There's some knight c5 ideas. Also maybe simply trading down the rooks on the c line. And black is bit stuck. So maybe queen e7 is reasonable to trade queens. On the other hand, it leads to a dry ending. So he doesn't like to do it. We'll see. Bhagat versus Keinanen. And knight ce4. So actually white didn't take on b6. Okay, it was definitely possible then rook b2, rook b8, rook b2, or something like this maybe. Then taking. But it's okay. If I was white, I would take that offered pawn. I don't see the queen being trapped. Anyway, so he played queen c2, bishop b7. So now definitely black equalized. Queen h5, rook f1, rook fd8. Tense position. I would take black, but also there is nothing clear. So let's say bishop g3 could be happening, and then some kind of jump. Black could think about attacking the white king. So in this structure, might be a bit dangerous. Yes, this one I would like to avoid as white. No, bishop h4. I could also think about playing g5 for black. As white I need to trade some pieces, but how to do it? Not obvious. So actually he has some issues here. Maybe queen c1. I want to bring the queen, maybe trade, but just h6. And still white is a bit bottled in. He doesn't have any discoveries with the knight. Okay, so good chances for black. Visak versus Mahitos. And here we had a nice advantage for white, which he kept throughout the middle game. Knight d4, nice move, utilizing the pin. Now knight f5. So now the bishop is hanging, and not only that, there are a lot of holes in the black position. He has worse development, worse coordination, and he's suffering. Now he's thinking maybe there is no way out. So what about bishop f6? What can we do as white? Okay, at least we have this. And this is of course winning. g5, it seems too risky, and just queen g6, and it's checkmate. So it will be a nice win for white. And what happened here? So we had the kings in the end, which got closed with h4, h5. We got this far, and I was saying that normally white should welcome it, but it's like a good version. And what knight b4? Oh, I don't like this decision for black. That's definitely wrong. I was thinking b4 advancing, maybe with bishop b5, or I mean bishop b6 is a bit dangerous, allowing this sacrifice. So I would like to keep this bishop here, but maybe even involving the second rook, bishop e7, rook c8, because the play will be concentrated on the queen side. But knight b4, okay, here white gets 3 pieces for the queen, and like it was like a trap, so called. But now this has to be winning for white. Because compared to the other position, which had Altai Safarli, okay, there at least the queen was on the open board. But here the closed position with two knights like jumping in and a lot of targets for black. This is weak, this is weak. The whole c file, the king. And notice that black queen has no targets. No obvious play. White king is very safe. Yeah, so we can mark this. And this like we teach the children that queen is 9 and 3 pieces are also 9, but this one was a bad deal for black. Yeah, so now actually he's stuck there. So the queen, the rook already doesn't have any squares. It's like rook is coming here or here. So let's say king g7 only move, and he might hope for a fortress, but he's not going to arrive in it. What should white do to make it as simple as possible? Okay, he could take one exchange, and this is hanging, so let's do this. I'm not sure. I need to involve the other rook, yes, so something like this. And invading, and black will have to resign. Yeah. So this one was a very poor combination from black. Bernatsky Araf, and we saw it right around here. Queen c7, and we are speaking that white is better. Better bishops, also the queen is more active, targeting the king side. So yes, queen f5, he tries to exchange it. And now comes e4, queen h5. What is wrong here? Some kind of queen trap. Certainly looks risky for black. Okay, maybe just like this and activity, but there are some funny positions with knight f6 coming in, or just even this looks quite enticing for white, but. Okay, e4, he didn't capture the pawn, he went queen h5, which is safer, and now bishop e2, and still the queen is in a rough spot, so queen h6. Now Vitaly Bernatsky needs to find a way in. He's better. And how to improve. If he just simply plays rook d1, rook d8, and bishop e8, if the rooks get traded, then it's nothing. So this would be desirable to either gain two bishops or create this battery. Yeah, so this is perhaps strong. f6, queen d4, bishop c6. How good is that? Probably quite good for white here, because I'm not in time to stabilize with black, and f6 is quite a bit weakening. So, and again, we see now this motive is pretty clean. Yeah, I'm going to win the queen back, and I'm winning as white, I guess. Although, okay, maybe black survives this. Maybe better for white. Okay, some interesting options. Bishop d6. This one is quite nice. Knight d7 checkmate. But okay, he will take with the rook. Take. Okay, we'll stop here. Okay, here c1 was hanging, so that doesn't work. I cannot play this one. If I don't really like, I'm closing down the long diagonal. So even though I'm opening this one, so it might be something to think about, but I'd prefer to do without. F4 maybe. Well, white is better, but black is fighting on, and he might survive here because if the rooks are traded, then he's quite solid. So here you had Lutzinger versus Kobo, and yeah, this one was a dream ending for black. F5, bishop g7. He won a pawn. And now we could follow up with d5. Maybe he's thinking about like this. Could follow, but this one, oh, this one is a pin. Yeah, so this is the hope of white at the end of this line, that she will regain the pawn. Okay, there is e3. There is also rook f8. Very logical. Maybe even the other one. Something like this. This. Kind of winning for black. Yeah, the issue is that rook df8 comes first this, and then he wants to take with on d6 with the knight. Okay, so here we need to think as black how to avoid all of this. If it is a move, but then the pawn is being lost, so maybe e3 indeed, and trying to target this pawn and open up the whole board, because with the two bishops I benefit from chaos, yeah, so to speak. So this one or now, okay, let's say this one. Is it good enough? Now this thing is hanging, yeah, so some calculation is required, and of course it's also important for black to get the best possible version, yeah, because I'm not satisfied with this one. Not rook c8. Maybe h4 now. No, something. Okay, let me trade. And h4, and now this is not hanging. Yes, so now I'm playing this. Seems winning. It's a pawn, and I could protect it, and I could also invade on the g file. So. Yes. Now, game Wong versus Elisa. So here we see this crazy blunder, Queen h5. Yes, indeed, this happened, and Wong went with knight d6 and e4. So opening up the center, not giving black time to catch up in development, and now rook e1. Yeah, this whole game is very unusual, and here, of course, black cannot defend the central pawn. He needs to somehow wiggle out of the trouble. But this one is hopeless. Yeah, I take with the knight. Bishop e7 was played, knight e5, and he's thinking. I think he could resign because knight g6 is coming, or knight c6, or any other discovery. Everything comes with crashing force. Everything white needs to do is then to clean up like this kind of position, but it should be very, very easy. Yeah? So, I cannot believe that black could hold this. So yeah, that's game over. So it will be a nice win for white. And again, just if you are watching us now, like this happened, queen d8 was necessary, and he just let this jump happen, and maybe he missed this move. What could be the reason? And kind of losing the whole rook, that's the problem. Not even exchange, but the whole rook. So that was this game. And Kaya Marala versus Akanksha. So here happened this occupation of the c5 square, and okay, black is sitting tight. Like if this happens, there are opposite colored bishops. Even that is better for white, but white can do it at his will. So he waits. And h3. I believe the correct plan should be to trade the light square bishops and then to target the c6 pawn, and black has very little to offer as a counterplay. So, of course, it needs to be prepared, but let's say like this. Actually, here I could do bishop f5 because this one I hit the black queen, yeah, so she doesn't have even rook b6, and otherwise I don't see much chances. Okay, let's say a5, queen a4, targeting this pawn, and then at some point I could trade the rooks also, or double up the rooks and hit the sixth pawn. It should be enough for white to win. So he got a nice positional advantage. Shasar versus Hess. So here it turned in black's favor. So it seems knight takes f4, a bit artificial. But actually he sacrificed exchange for one pawn and positional compensation. Now white has no attack. His king is weakened and d3 is vulnerable. So I think black is not running any risk in this unbalanced position. He has several plans. He could play like for a6 b5, like on the queen side. He could target this pawn, play like h5 and put the knight on f5. So he has a lot of ideas, and white has to only react, and his position is not so great. I'm wondering if he needed to do knight d6. I don't like this move. We'll just play bishop e3. And look, even this position, maybe he was scared of the double pawns, but there's really no problem. Yeah, actually, I like his chances now with the space, with two bishops. If ever, b6 happens, there is a5 or there is a5, a6, and just a clear advantage for white. So actually I think he evaluated the position poorly. Nandish versus Fedorovsky. So here had this queens in the end, and the game progressed by opening the a file, and now okay, white won a pawn, the b5 pawn. But black was hoping to get some kind of counterplay. I'm not really sure. So the knight is hanging. He needs to step back. The knight c4 is coming. That's bishop a6, but should be good for white. This whole position is, so let's say bishop g7. Let me play the h4 move just to safeguard my king and also the bishop. And I might consider playing b4 or bishop h3. All in all, it's a pawn. Yeah, it's a pawn. So black does have some dynamic chances, but it shouldn't be enough. So yeah, why this to be preferred? also in the complications. Parvan and versus Camarala. So this was like very tense situation. Noel came rook d1 with d5. I mean, now I don't understand why this. Why not d5? Seems like a slam dunk move. Like, I don't know, this. Still, it seems, to my eyes, it seems completely winning for white. But maybe he wanted more. Yes, so he played queen a2 and now knight d5. Now d5, so... For example, this position, okay, it's still much better for white. It's not so clear to me, yeah? So bishop d6 and... Actually, she made it work with the doubled pawns and now the b3 knight. Can he take? The idea is now to target the e6 pawn, and this might be quite dangerous. Even though, I don't know. It's one thing. I could also include the capture. Okay, but why would I do it? No. I would keep this bishop. Just simply take and defend. Even rook f6, but this one. Okay, c4. So there are some issues for black here. That, for example, here he loses the piece. So maybe. Now I can take and just step back. And it's still not the end because g7 needs to be protected, but this has to be good for black, no? Like this, and I'm coming back, and if nothing happens, then this is going to win. So I would need something concise here for white. Yes, so c4, bishop takes e5, forced. This one is also forced. And now what is this position? Take. Again, I don't see anything wrong with the black position. It seems like she's on her way to win. We are missing something. There are many strange decisions, like why not d5 immediately here? Instead, he gave her time to put the knight on b3, or I don't know. So here, seems that black completely changed the course of the game, and Bogdan versus Golding. So here we had this kind of rook f3, and actually white took on c5, which is also reasonable. There's some tricks, but queen g5 forcing the trade. Yes, and now we have this position also very bad for black. Rook comes to a7, and even though black can fight, in principle this cannot be healthy, because I will just trade the minor pieces. I will bring my rook to c7 somewhere here, making the other rook passive. I will bring the king. In the queen side there's wide open space, and this will be just a matter of technique. And again, Peterson versus Sherman. This is very, very beautiful because okay, he came up with this combination, but queen f5. So this is actually not so clear. 3 pawns for the... Was this working or not? Like, it seemed to me that was there maybe a6. Okay, he cannot take. He can play rook b8. Maybe a6 was winning. No? So this is also not possible. I don't see the move for black. This seemed like the way to go. Okay, maybe this one, so that I have also weak back rank. Yeah, so maybe here some move, but okay, just h3. Cannot be good for black now. I have this completely winning. So yeah, maybe this was the critical moment of the game, and a6 should be considered. Instead, okay, he continued and also trade this active rook, f3. Another move, okay, which is typical but not so necessary, and why to play it here? Like, I would like to bring my queen in. Maybe, okay, here I already acknowledge that I have no attack, but I want to play for endgame, yeah? So at least I have my rook active. This rook will not be traded. I'll play b4 and I will bring my king. And here, okay, I believe this is slightly better for white, yeah? Something like this. But instead, okay, f3 happened. Black improved. Queen d5. So now black is centralized. And now white king becomes vulnerable. Rook e6. Yeah, this is a nice move. Attack and defense at once. Yeah, so he goes here, protecting the king. King will stay on h7. And white king is now being hunted. Yeah, so let's say rook g6. The idea of bishop e6. Now it fell apart completely for white. Okay, so let's say this. Position like this, it cannot be held. It's attack, and h5 is coming. This is hanging. It's game over. So unfortunately, I believe it was a brilliant game with white. Once again with sacrifice, kind of deep sacrifice on f7, and a lot of calculation here. Move 20. Yeah, I mean he did this without being forced. He could have played knight f3 and he's better, positionally better. And this one is important, but I wanted to say that here I keep the knight on the board and I'm for sure I'm better. But instead he went for throat with knight takes f7, and let's see, a lot of checks. This seemed like he was maybe a6 is winning, and now few mistakes and the game completely turned around. Even here I would prefer queen e5, f3, bad move. Maybe queen e5 was better. Then suddenly, yeah, here at least, okay, he wants to keep the queen on the board, so I play h3, I give my king room here. Okay, this was like some tricks, yeah, so doesn't work for white, but okay, just simply here protecting this diagonal. Now indeed this is not possible because I take and queen d7. So anyway, this I would say this dynamically balanced position, but instead like maybe because of the not really the time pressure, maybe because of the nerves. Somehow he got lost, and now he will be demolished on the king side. So Ziber versus Kostov, and yes, we had the position after knight f5, and I was telling that this is very dangerous for black. Okay, she managed to get two bishops and also target the b4 pawn. Was this really necessary? Maybe. What about this move? Just protecting. Knight c3, but I'm not really sold. Knight c3. Take with the rook maybe. Just kind of messy. If I take with the pawn, takes there. It's just a wild line. Is this possible? Some kind of, yeah, this is winning for white. Okay, looks okay. I win the queen back, but I lose this. And I'm winning. Apparently, I'm winning this position. Okay, but this is this one was a bit wild. Also, I don't have to. As black, like this was my idea that I want to capture this with the queen and somehow. But this one is of course bad. Yeah. So knight c3 check. I'm thinking like what the players were thinking in this position. So. But it seems it doesn't work for black, just conceptually, like he has nothing developed, and how could this work? Yes, it's too optimistic. So here all the moves, okay, it has to be calculated, but it does look like white is winning even after queen d7, believe it or not. But okay, let's say this one. It's also like just I will collect the material. No, no complications. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe I'd prefer a king b1 because that keeps all my advantages. I mean, here I'm entering some complications, and rook takes b4 wasn't accepted. This sacrifice. So let's see why. Queen takes b4 check. King a8. Why wasn't this taken? Can do some rook d3 business like this. So I want to launch the checkmate. Also, my king is now nicely tucked away on d2, but maybe there is this. So now black would give back the exchange, and actually he's attacking. Yeah, so. Who's attacking who? Like now it seems black's. Oh, okay. I don't know. Take. Now this has to be taken, or queen c4. Okay, this looks to me like an equal end game because I will have some kind of counterplay with the rook, but still being played. And okay, I'm just wondering. Sometimes the players they don't accept sacrifices, and I always. Okay, I'm kind of materialist in chess, and I would like to be sure. So if I should take or shouldn't, yeah. So to clean up the confusion. Okay, so anyway, he went back. It's true that the rook is left hanging on b4, and there is queen a1 checkmate threat. Yeah, so now it's black to move. Actually, now he could take it. This was very clever. Yes, because actually here I think it fell apart for white. Yeah, just like yeah. What is this? Is that like no chance for white here? Okay, what should she do? Maybe some f3, but that's desperation, and black is winning. Black is winning. There is no there is no attack. Yeah, simply no pieces for white. So this one was a disaster. Okay, maybe last ditch effort like this. Bishop h3 this. Can we hold it? Maybe this one is a bit awkward for black to face. Like some checks, will be there. Now the black king is naked. Okay, but I don't have to play maybe that one. I could do anything over there. I could do this and this. Black queens, yes. So also another turnaround we had in this game, and black won. Okay, so now let's do the circle and go back to our top board. Alexeyenko versus Savita. And so in the middle game, white had the upper hand. And black decided to castle. Short castle, bishop h6, bishop c4, takes, e5. So he's pursuing the dark square strategy, and trading out the bishops and getting the space advantage. This bishop seems nice, but is actually out of play. Let's highlight it with the red. And as white, yeah, I have various plans. Queen g5, queen f6, bringing in the knight. Also, maybe also g4. Why not? Because when we are attacking, we need to open up the board. And now a5, she's trying to generate some counterplay, but knight e4, this is like real methodical. Before jumping in, he wanted to improve the knight. I'm not so sure about it, but okay. Because now black gains some kind of hopes on the queen side, and just she could trade the pieces, and actually she's out of the worst, yeah. Now there will be no king side attack, and on the queen side this bishop is in action. So like what happened here once again? So bishop h6, this is logical, but now maybe this trade wasn't necessary. Maybe I would start with knight f3, just having everything flexible. And now this a5 is a bit of spanner in the wheels, but I would like to ignore this a5, just trying to invade there. Was it possible? Not sure. Yeah, I would like to bring the knight over right this side of the board and just trying to checkmate. I think a position like this is very dangerous for black. Yeah, simply just I have a lot of play here. Maybe Alexenko was calculating this, and it's just not quite enough. Not quite enough for him to break through. So there's also knight a4. Yeah, he somehow got sidelined with knight a4, and this one not convincing effort from our top seat. Actually, two more moves happened: bishop b5 and rook a2, and suddenly this bishop is protecting the queen side nicely, and rook is active. Actually, I start to like black as the time goes. I'm assuming this is like a strong knight against a bad bishop, but in reality this knight is not achieving anything, and this knight is quite nice, dominating the f3 knight. And okay, some tough choices for white. Like he could hope for some timely g4, but also is risky for his king, so he needs to be wary. And nice position for Savita. She could also trade the queens and hope to achieve like slightly better endgame without much risk. But she could also maybe like advance something on the king side and trying to target maybe this pawn. Certainly she's not worse. Yeah, I would say she's not worse, and she has got good prospects. Also, the game Philip versus Korobov. I think we are going to have a bloodbath for the favorites, and this one I really don't know what happened. Like this is the kind of position which favorites should win almost every time. Yeah, there is no attack, and I'm trading down, but he somehow lost material. He lost material, so this one was troublesome. Like there are some issues with the bishop h6. To be fair. Thinking knight g4 could be the way. Interesting. Maybe does this work? Like knight g4, and after h3 I have this. So that like now I have I'm getting in rook e1 move, and it seems like quite dangerous for white. Yeah, this wins for black. So I mean, it's just one simple line, and I have a feeling this is much better for black. But instead, like he missed some f6, and now he lost exchange. Even here, he has a nice compensation, like to be told. But came c5, nice move. Simplifying, he needs to get rid of the pawn, otherwise the black pieces dominate. So like this one, but this position seems to be better for white, and much better because he's exchange up and the position is a bit cleaned now. And okay, not easy, but I can bring the queen here. I believe he cannot do this exchange, and just simply I will make some luft. Maybe this one. Okay, even this kind of position, everything is safe for white. Long term, this king is boxed in, and I think Anton Korobov doesn't have good chances. So this is already like the third favorite. All of them are struggling. So what is this round? Yeah. So I have no idea. But here basically it looks like some fortress. C3. Okay, he's trying to mix it up, but still. Okay, now actually maybe he's getting somewhere. So with b4, he's getting another passed pawn. Question is, why didn't he take? Maybe just simply rook b1 and capturing, yes. So he needed to play b4 first, and now f5. This is a nice move, bottling in the white king. What about this? I want to win another pawn. Everything done with checks, with tempi. So now let's say checks happen. Now my king can go through actually. So what is this like? Somehow it seems like black lost the control, and he didn't have to allow it. It's just like, I think it's sloppy play. Okay, c3, but yeah, I get it, but there should be some response here. So h4, yeah, just taking king g7. Everything seems reasonable. Maybe here he could go for counterplay, hitting this pawn or this pawn. Maybe just take this pawn, yeah, and this one should be pretty safe. Some checks. Well, now he would win another pawn, so still some work to do, but now white has chances, yes. So yeah, with enterprising play, basically he stormed down the black position, and now it looks like he's going to win. So at least Altay Safarli managed to break through. And it looks like Anton Denychenko also has nice chances. So actually he had nothing, but somehow he outplayed the opponent. So here slowly, I think white made a few passive moves, and he allowed black king to march into position. And he won all the material back with interest, and he's going to collect the h3 pawn and everything. This is a win for black. So, I mean, let's see what could be the mistake. So, of course, Demchenko, in a crafty way, he managed to complicate the matters, but I would expect him to play e5 much sooner, even in the game. Yeah? You can imagine there is a nice motive of playing this, maybe. Or again, yeah. So essentially, just bringing the bishop into the game, and maybe trading the knight. He was too hungry for pawns, and just like too greedy. Yeah, I feel that Yeah, he will analyze this game and he would see that he had nice chances actually to at least make a draw with white, but instead he will go down. And now we are in the game Amar versus Doluhanova. And yes, I predicted that white had maybe a bit better chances, but Doluhanova bring out the knight to e6 and just very nicely controlling the situation. Knight takes d5. Oh, was this a misstep from white? From the black side, yeah. So yeah, just dropping the d5 pawn, and now okay, she does have hopes against this one, but maybe d5 will arrive. Still has to be timed well because black will have counterplay. How to convert this? Okay, d5 is so natural, but it might be harmful for white. Yeah, you can see that this position with the rook on c2 offers a lot of counterplay for black. And she aims to play rook d8 and just capture. What can white do? Maybe this. Let's say this one. Just thinking on the fly, yeah, like this, and doubling. Maybe this could be sufficient. Okay, c5 is prevented, and this pin is really annoying. So. I mean, this seems like a progress for white because the rook is invading and taking this one. Knight d5 I take, maybe this. It's some chances for black to survive, but this pawn and this pawn, like they are both very strong. And it seems to me that white will push it through, yeah, and he will at least win a piece. But she's clawing, yeah, back into the game, so not clear. And let's check our friend Thomas Laurusas. He was also having passive position, so knight takes f7. So what? There was some kind of combination here. Okay, once again, black step back, white jumped this opportunity, hitting e6, threatening some sacrifices, and black captured, but actually he got pinned. Yeah, so the problem now, knight c6 will be traded. Now this one. What about this move? Now also this is hanging. Oh, very nice combination from white coming in, winning exchange. Thus, after knight d5, knight g5. I think he was just expecting this one. Now he's pawn up and there is no imminent threat, but came a shocker with knight g takes f7. So just simply a desperado move, and here, okay, even though material is equal, this knight will not stay on d5, and actually white dominates the whole position. Yeah, so this is a disaster. So this, and now knight c2 at least complicating the matters. Now e6, the whole thing is hanging here now. Knight is deep in the enemy territory, but it's not clear. Okay, this one is hanging. Yes, so this is like a big threat for white coming in. Was this possible? Like this. Okay, but this is just painful for black to watch. So rook e7, bishop c4, another hammer. And now black to play, but this is going to end up very sadly for him. Like let's say, yeah, bishop h5 is going to be met by g4. There's not even like a place for the bishop. And even if this happens, I take. Takes with the bishop that is hanging, and this. This looks like complete carnage. So this is horrible. So you see, it's not easy for the favorites to gain the control. Actually, the lower rated players are fighting really well, and they are imaginative. They are tactical, and as you don't see the favorites scoring as heavily as they are predicted to. Yeah, but this one maybe was be different, and then now G3 happened. Okay, maybe it was kind of necessity, but now the long diagonal is always open for business for black. So queen h5, f3 knight is being hit, and bishop e2. At least white survived the initial onslaught, and okay, he might even reposition the bishop back into the fianchetto. And for black, he would need to bring the rooks somehow into the game. Something along those lines, yeah, like you can imagine, but I'm not really sure where I'm going. It's not really working. Also e5 is not going to cut the mustard yet. This is just poor for black, yeah, so maybe this. But then this. Anyway, you see that black is struggling to improve the position. I mean, he's doing quite well. Don't get me wrong. I think it's just slightly better for black, but not more. Yeah, not more. And it's going to be tough fight. Maybe some long end game going on. And here, so this game already I was saying that white is winning, and let's see it once again. Bishop h4. Okay, so this one was completely crashing. Queen e4, taking. Okay, like just what happens maybe here. Take, and bishop to d3. Mate is coming in. So rook a7, take. It's just a mop-up job, and black resigned. Mate is already there. And this position, Petkov, he won easily. After he got 3 pieces for the queen, he just... here you see the really criminal move of knight b4. And... then he could actually resign. Yeah, so bit of transformation in the end. He got 2 rooks for the queen, but the 2 rooks were crashing through. So white won. Well calculated. So all right, I believe we saw it, and now let's get back, because this is a tense position. Alexenko versus Savita, and I really don't see white winning. There is another motive that at some point, yeah, let's say this happens. There is this tactical shot, yeah, knight takes d4. Thus, okay, one needs to be careful, and already his pieces are going backwards, and this is not a good sign. So let's imagine rook b1. Knight h4, take. I'm already being ambitious with black, but beware, yeah, it could be like a cold shower. Yeah, something like this, of course. This is going to be made, but okay, not like this. We shouldn't be so naive. Maybe just simply bishop b5, and now where is white's play? That's the question. Black could just wait if she's content with draw. And it seems like all white pieces are kind of maximized. Yeah? There's no breakthrough. Really, g4 is only harming white, I would say. Not good enough to break through. And just... The hope for white would have been to trade all the heavy pieces, queens and rooks, but it's not going to happen simply. And black is doing fine. So Philip versus Korobov, yes, he's better. Take, queen c4. It's going to be tough. This one for black. Now also white pieces they got harmony, yeah, so everything is protected. He does have some chances due to this advanced pawn, yeah, so he will have counterplay, but white needs to secure his king and then offer some exchanges, yeah, or target one of those pawns, yeah. So truth be told, black's position is really solid, yeah, and he has nice king. And it's boxed in, but not really in danger, and he has some punches. I mean, all in all, I would say it's slightly better for white. It's not really maybe so bad as I was thinking for black, but certainly not better. Yeah, so good chances. And here, yeah, I think Jakub Vajrau had good chances to hold it, but somehow he let it slip, and then once the pawn appears on b7, he resigned. He will lose rook to this pawn. What about king g7? I will do simply queen c6, queen c7, and I'm going to collect the rook. White to mon. Nicely done. And here Anton Nemchenko just yes, captured everything. This one was like 2 against 1, but really child's play and winning the house. Elham versus Doluhanova. Still goes on. I would say now it's a pawn up for white, and definitely the rook is very, very dangerous, kind of paralyzing black. So there has to be some breaking of the position. Now what about, I like the rook h1 move, and then this one. There's this sacrifice. We have something here for white. It's close, but the problem with white that he's not fully settled in, and this is hanging here, so he needs to act quickly. He played knight f6, and he repeated the moves, yeah, so that is what he did. Does he have some kind of breakthrough? So really, Evgenia is fighting. What about this move? Just an idea that if he takes, I will take twice. He cannot really step forward because rook h5. G3 is a mate, but okay, she could go here. Now this. King f6 is this, and I will win as white. And king g8. Now the knight is hanging, so check. Now this. Oh, actually, okay. White wins. Here anyway, I might enter this endgame, but this is hopeless, yes. So it should be enough, but he needs to calculate these complications after rook h1. So there's time trouble coming, and Thomas Laurusas, yeah, I think he's going to be smashed here. So Came king h8, maybe the best move. White could choose like I could do this and I'm clean pawn up, or I could try to do something fancy, taking a knight takes c6. Several moves come to mind. Even this looks strong, kind of fighting for the c6 square. Trying to take it. Yeah, definitely white is better, but maybe just simpler to take the pawn on e6 and then see. I think he has big chances to win this game. Bhagat versus Kenan. So we saw bishop d3. That he has two bishops, but his pawn structure is a bit damaged. Noticeably, White didn't want to trade because now it improves the condition of the black pawns. This is definitely better for black, yeah? So he wanted to avoid it, but then f5. White king could be vulnerable, so that's why this was a risky decision. And queen g5, like he could do it later, but black advances in the meantime. So what should white do? As white, I would ideally like to trade the light square bishops. So something like this. Yes, and this should hold. And I could interpose the knight, also with some sacrificial ideas. Knight to e2 maybe. Yeah, black is better, yeah, because you can see that clearly all his pieces are active, yeah. So with the two bishops, white will have a hard time. He will need to defend carefully. So maybe this move. Bishop c5 still. It's kind of provocation. I wait for b4. I go back and then c3 is weak. Also, this one is hanging now, yeah, so. Like it's going to be tough for white, yeah. Like defending comes e5, also not working for white because f2 is falling. So actually some problems are coming here. I believe with the best play it could be managed, but it's now still e5, yeah. So big problems. F2 is under attack, and I cannot really give the second bishop. Yeah, I think it's too much. Simply this, and I will open up the position as black. And yeah, so maybe it was actually better to trade the queens for white there. And this we already saw. This was a crashing attack, so white mated. This we saw. And Bernatsky won a position which wasn't really clear. Okay, he was better, granted he was better, but now he played e5, bishop e8. I was guessing that he has good chances now, black, to keep afloat, but I definitely don't like f6. Once he plays f6, he's in big trouble. Could he play bishop c5? I understand that he doesn't want to let the bishop go to f6, and this is also like to white's favor, because now pawns are fixed on the light squares. But actually, maybe this is not so bad. Yeah, I will play like this. I will put my bishop. Maybe he will trade it. Okay, so my king is boxed in, so I understand why he didn't like this position. It's quite dangerous, but maybe he can withstand it. Now b7 is hanging. It's I mean it's really passive defense for black, and this shouldn't be good, yeah, but. Okay, in chess you always need to win, yes, kind of to break through, and it feels like white would need a little bit of extra. But he didn't want to sit in this position, so. But once he plays f6, it's then e6 is weak and the whole king side is so. It had to be maybe even before mistake, even maybe knight d4 wasn't necessary, and it's a logical move. I understand he wants to trade, but actually, what to do? Maybe some rook d5 instead. Okay, he went this, and now bishop c4 was a strong intermezzo, because now this he loses the exchange, and rook takes c4. Now he'll take it, and he wins. So queen f7. Yeah, this couldn't be the idea now. Simply queen d6 and e6 is falling. Bishop d5 doesn't work. And then f6 is lost. So this one, and actually he lost the queen. I believe from this point on it was forced. There was no other way. Yes. So, this one no good for the black player. f6. Yeah, this is somewhere around here. He was only a little bit worse, but he didn't manage to withstand the tension. So now Rohit Krishna, actually we didn't see the end of this game. I was mentioning that this is winning, that this is like crashing, but now bishop e5 happened and black resigned after this. This is checkmate in 2, or in a number of ways. Yeah, this one is just like chess of joy. Yeah, so everything was made. Really, Octem, he's kind of played c takes d4 badly, and then he lost this bishop, and he had to surrender. And this ending, which I was telling that is much better for black, he actually went bishop a6 and rook f8. Is quite strong. He kept the e4 pawn, and now f4 pawn is in trouble. Yes, so both rook f1 or rook f2 comes e3, which is crashing. So he went like this, but now d5. Not even giving up the e4 pawn and rook f5. Very strong technical play. Now one pawn up, but also this is terrible. Yeah, so there's a few more moves, and now after losing the piece, white resigned. And this game is still going on, and okay, it looks like white is going to win, but this was a very messy circus game. Yeah, so this one, knight c5. Here black has no defense, so he's going to take some more material. Maybe not enough just to take the rook on a1. Then white is winning anyway. So this one, knight c4, king d8. Yeah, so this one is a big fork incoming. Castles. Okay, castles would be the desired move, but now he's going to be crushed here. Yeah, so even this is bishop h8 is a move, but then f6 maybe okay, not necessary. But what could be done? Just this, and it's 2 bishops for a rook, and this king is ripe for picking here. So king d8, this one. So here actually he got rid of the c2 knight, and he's currently 2 pawns down. Yeah, but black king is again completely naked in the center of the board. So he took the first pawn, and queen f3, good one. Bishop, rook f4. Black is fighting, but it shouldn't be enough. So h3, rook e1, logical, and now rook e4. So he's keeping the control, and he tends to play f4 at some point, or just capture twice. That is not possible to hold. Simply, he's too loose in the center. Yes, so this one, and now, okay, what can be done to win? So I would say first this, just to centralize the bishop, and then bring the queen here, and like black is falling apart. So this is going to be nice victory for white. Let's jump into the action. Yeah, so we saw this, and white was clearly positionally better. Yeah, so I would think that actually e4 e5 is another success for white coming in. So but black came out with some counterplay. So she's hoping for some simplification. I think it's still not going to work. Crucially here, I take on c6, and this one is very precarious because of the bad pieces, and here somehow white wins. Yeah, so d takes e4 not possible. Maybe this. Take rook c8, something like this, and but I don't believe it for black. Again, like I have this, and yeah, rook e4 wins. Also d5 wins. Has to be winning position. So okay, she'll be fighting, but long term this is a pawn up, and also better position. So white is going to win. And here is an interesting material balance that here I didn't like 96. It was, I think, misguided evaluation. And here I like black, but it's not conclusive. And he wanted to maybe at first go with the knight to f5, but now he changed his mind, and he entered the b4 hole. Yeah, so it's kind of good guideline with if you play against the knights, you need to move the pawn slowly so that the knight doesn't find the space like this one. And now d3 is attacked. d4 is just not good enough. Even queen trade, that's bad. Queen e5. Still, I mean, the problem with white position is that not even immediately, but yeah, I will capture all the pawns slowly but surely, and yeah, rook e5. Actually, there is knight d3, but I mean, there is also this, and I'm guaranteed to win all those pawns. So it's like he needs to do something radical. Rook b3, this one, king g2. Actually, black brings the king, which is nice. Not hurrying. Is one of the principles in endgame. And now how he could improve? He could bring the king to c6 and push in with some b5 or b6. Very good chances. Maybe I would prefer to have the passed a pawn. Yeah, so king c6, b6. I take with the king somehow, and then I launch the a pawn. I think this shouldn't be possible to hold as white. Yeah, with the best play, I believe that black has nice winning chances, and absolutely no risk. Yeah, so. Is good, and Sharovsky, this already draw, I think. No, so yeah, this is the position where white was pawn up, and he was better all the way through. Again, against the favorite. It's a knight f1. I think he missed some possibilities. Okay, I would like to play king g2, but maybe this, and now... Okay, it could be also dangerous for white if he misplays it. So knight f1, e5. It is a nice move, just kind of simplifying that here. Having the passer will decide. So he need to do this. Now black has two bishops and also opposite color bishops in case he needs it. So there he simply offered the draw in this liquidated position. And in this game, Parvanen versus Kanemaral, this is very unclear. I mean, in the middle game, it was kind of winning for white. I think just simply rook d1 and d5, but instead he was misled and allowed this c4, queen e2, kind of queen transfer, but a3. Okay, now some mating threats, but rook f6, good move. Bishop a4. It seems to me that black is better, but it could be anything. What about knight g4 here? What I want to say that he just needs to survive a bit, and like this kind of ending is won for black. So white needs to crash through with the attack. How is that being done? I'm not so sure. And I have this a pawn which is going to decide. I have a2 and knight b3 threats for black. White. What about this one? I need to take this. Oh, and this is still controlled. Yeah, so this one is. It looks like black is winning. So it's another shocking game. Like, and this one we had a rook endgame which had to be easily winning for white, but this we have left. Yeah, so f6. Just bringing the king, maybe f4, f5 even before, or f4, e5. He could just go with all the pawns together, and it should be winning. But f5, king g3, king f4. Now he realized it's not so easy to make progress. Perhaps e5, but then it allows counterplay for black rook. Yeah, so this is the problem. And I mean, he could do it, but definitely not playing for a win. Yeah, rook c3 and so on. This equal. So what should be the plan for white? The problem is he allowed this b4, and now those two pawns, you know, they hold the white majority. Yeah, so somewhere around here, maybe. Okay, was this forced? So this one, and maybe he should make a move forward. Maybe this, c4, one of those moves, and yeah, I assume he didn't like it. But this would present better chances for him, at least. Well, now in the game, he went back, and now this. Some kind of tempo play, but now it almost seems like black is overtaking, but not really. Okay, g7 is weakness, so he needs to stay and defend this. But both positions are static, and there is no d4, there is no... It could be the progress, like king f4, king h7. Can I still play d4 somehow and try to win both pawns? Then comes g5, take here, go here. Yeah, rook c4 loses, and this is a draw. It should be a draw, and it's bit of pity because he had several chances, white player, but he didn't use it, so should be a draw. And this game. Yeah, I think it was really brilliant, but just once again it was this Tarrasch French, and I'll go through it quickly. And he's positionally better. He could take on d5 also before. Here he could play knight f3, which is good, but knight takes f7, and I think it was great. A lot of checks, and he had 3 pawns, and he somewhere around here he started going wrong. I believe if he played a6, basically he wins. Yeah, that's this one. There are no moves for black, and he dominates the 7th rank, and he could bring the other rook and make a luft. Okay, instead he went back, and he made several mistakes, and the game completely turned on its head. Like suddenly now he's under attack. Yeah, so like queen f4, and okay, end up with checkmate. So which shouldn't happen, but that's chess. And here black won again. White was better most of the game, but I didn't like one thing. I didn't like knight d6 because king b1 was better. I analyzed this, and here just lost rook down, and king b7. Yeah, just d5. Exchange up, and his king is now completely safe. So actually black is attacking, and he captured everything. Yeah, this we already had, and let's take one small look on this Greenfeld position. So white was better, but actually black got some compensation. Now I don't know why knight d7. Seems like very passive. And maybe he was worried about f4 and e5. Maybe f6 was worth to mention, because now he keeps it blocked, and white is better, I suppose. White is better, but it's still some kind of fight here. Yeah, but okay, he went back, and now actually back again. Okay, can't he play it like this? It's certainly more logical. White is a pawn up, but still, like, to win this kind of position, it requires a lot of patience. He went backwards now, because now this guarantees that white will trade the minor pieces here somehow later. The knight is dominated, and okay, maybe I was thinking that he would play like a6, rook a5, but also that leads nowhere. Yeah, so this one he did, but now already e5, and white is winning. This was a nice moment that this doesn't work because of the fork, and this one is pinned. But simply rook g4 and h4. Actually, yeah, there are some tactics even with the discoveries, and white is rushing in to attack the king side, which can be really protected. Yeah, so I mean, let's say king g7, then this, and bishop c2, and knight f8. This one. It is just a simple line, but here still white is better. Maybe black could have fought in this position. Comes rook e7. He played knight f6, double attack, but this one. So white rook invaded, and knight a5. Okay, still it's not the end. So why didn't he take here? Oh, there was this 7. That's why he didn't like it. Yes. And he could put some resistance here, but yeah, I think with the a pawn, it should be winning. If the pawn was there, okay, then maybe it's not so clear, but this one is winning. And he played king g7, so now d7 and bishop e6. And now white was winning, but also instructive game for the end game maybe. Now black is completely tied down, and I will go with my a pawn. You know, and there is some rook c8 motif, so here white is winning, and he makes sure. Yeah, so double check. Yes, and black resigned. Yes, so. Okay, this was a nice game also. So let's go back to our top boards, because the stuff is happening there. And Alexeyenko sacrifice exchange. So we saw this position, and I believe this is no worse for black. And she she began to wait, which okay, maybe wasn't so great. And queen a5 is very risky. What can she do? But is this possible? The idea is that here this knight is hanging, so knight f7 also doesn't work, because this is with check. Perhaps rook takes f7. Rook takes c2. Queen takes d4, queen takes g5. Now, if knight takes, okay, this is trouble for black. I have also this kind of fancy move, rook g7, but simply knight takes is better. And now I suppose black king is pretty weak. It will be just destroyed. Yeah, this checkmate. So that was the problem with the knight d4. Maybe she relied on this tactic from far. Somehow she gave him some time to relocate. Like, I believe this cannot be right here. Like, we saw this position, which was okay. Then suddenly she's suffering there. Yeah, so maybe this queen a5 earlier. Anyway, so now this, and now g4, and now already I see that what is going to happen, that he's breaking through on the king side. Yeah, and this one, I mean, is it so clear? Not possible to take because the rook is on pre. With this. Okay, it's a mess. At least she should have tried it. Yeah, and now this, maybe it also is going to end up badly. Yeah, this is kind of like a typical winning position, because the king is vulnerable, and this will be all picked up. So not easy. So after knight h6, this one interesting. After knight g4, the knight is trapped. Correct. Should be e2. In f3 I go here, and now it's, yeah, and still in this position, is it so clear? I have 3 pawns for the knight, and quite good chances. Yeah, so I mean, it depends on the calculation here. What were they thinking? f3, knight e3. So all this is rather forced. Okay, maybe I have an idea. So maybe correct for white is here not to take the bishop, but to attack with knight d7. Now, this looks like a mating attack, because I'll bring in the rook, and this is game over. Yeah, so somehow sadly, like, this bishop is out of play on b5 long term, and Alexeyenko managed to get away to open up the maybe h4 before was necessary to stop it. Since this happened, okay, he went into this line, and I assume it has to be good. So king g7, let's say knight d8, and everything is caving in. And this one, okay, let's see if she has some chances for counterplay. This one. So king g8. So let's say I'm going f4 with white, and I'm going with everything forward. What can she do? It doesn't seem like much. I mean, this is very nice formation. Look at this one. Like it's all, everything is protected. Yeah. So for white. Okay, the game goes on. Yeah. So is this knight d6? Also, did he need to do it right now? Maybe knight e6 was something to think about. Here I have g5, so like this one is necessary. Now maybe two moves, knight d8 or taking here. Now this position, not sure. What do you think? In time travel, it would seem that white is going to win, because this one I am just rolling through and I'm winning. So why didn't he take there? Yeah. So like I have a lot of questions about this, because this suddenly it's like, okay, it's nice for white, but I don't see the win exactly, and I don't know, like this. It's very, very promising, of course, but maybe something like this, and long ending awaiting us. This, or I mean, of course, even this. Yeah. Now I win this pawn. Yeah. So okay, good chances for white. In this, like, seems winning, but it's not the end. Yeah. So I would maybe have picked the other line for white, but I would need to calculate all the consequences. And here, so we left this position slightly before, and I concluded that white has a nice control, but he went back with queen c3, which I don't like. Maybe he needed to play rook d1, knight d4, and trade the knight. Should benefit him. This is a very nice knight, kind of cementing the black position. And if this would be traded for this knight, then the whole black construct f7 is weaker and f8 is also weaker. So this is what, like, he should try to achieve, but okay, it's not so easy. He played queen c3, kind of just moving around, because he was low on time and he didn't see anything clear. And Korobov, look, he didn't like the trade, because it would be perhaps a draw, this end game. So he kept the queens on, banking on the fact that his king is safer. Yeah, so he goes further, and white needs to protect. And suddenly, yes, completely turned around, and now black is for choice, and h3. So this is very nice. So obviously this will be mate. So queen b8, queen b3, but now with the white king open, there will be never any safety for him. Just like queen g3, I will not trade. I will play knight f4 is interesting, or queen c4 back. Okay, at least this one, like, he should try. Okay, he went back. Now it's bishop d6, queen d3, queen f4, hitting the h2 pawn, and now it's tough. So this is mate. Queen h3 also. Okay, beware, this would be like very poor. Yeah, poor decision. Yeah, because this is mate or this is mate. But of course not. He's not going to fall for it. It goes like this. No, well, now the rook hangs. This is all very much stretched. What about this one? This I still have to calculate. Yeah, I can take the bishop because this is going to be made, so he needs to like give checks, but it seems that the checks will run out. And yeah, this is probably winning for black. What about the queen g2? You know, once I take out this pawn, I feel much safer as black. So there will be never any mates or even perpetual checks, and there I should try to convert my advantage. Maybe putting the bishop there, queen there. The job is not finished, but certainly it looks nice. Yeah. So let's refresh the board. No, he went queen to g3 actually. It's strange. So he allowed this jump. Now this is a big threat here. So this is mate. This is mate. Did we miss something? So check. Check. And now I go here. No more checks. And it's game over. He could give the queen, but this is hopeless. Hopeless position, especially like with those pawns. Even like on the king side, it would have been won, but here with the queen side on, it's just devastating. Yeah, he will lose one of the pieces. Yeah, so. I'm not sure what he was hoping for. White here, like this is just one check, and that's it. Let's see it once again. So actually, what the rook h8, very nice, imaginative. It still shouldn't be good enough. So he's pawn down and he's giving some checks, but it is a perpetual check. It would be shocking. So this is not a good check, yeah, because now seemingly I'm out of checks. Long line. What is the knight ending? Knight ending is also maybe not so bad for white because I'm winning this pawn. So it's tricky. Still some chances for black, but is there a way to escape? So queen h8. I could also do this check just to keep the distance, and I have diagonal checks here. So here I have another check here. Oh, this is fork, yeah. Of course I can step there. So is this perpetual check? This I go here. Check, check, check. So he's hoping for this. I push g5, and this I push, I go here. But the good news for white is that he can trade the queens, yeah? So like if something like this happens, I have this, and it doesn't seem like black is going to win. So, so it's quite tricky. Okay, let's just refresh it. What did they play? So now they are in the last, moments of the game. So they don't have a lot of time, and it is still a lot of moves possible here. Queen c8, king h4, queen d8. Yeah, something like what we mentioned. I think will be some knight end game and goes on. Let's go back because I see some new developments here. Yeah, so after he took, he went with both knights like this, and he's trying to box in the black king, create some mating, and also open up the e pawn, but it's also like what I don't like about it that now black bishop got back into the game, and like okay, he wants to play e7, he wants to win the rook in a sense. Which is okay, if he wins the rook, he wins the game. So she will have to give up the bishop at some point, yeah, like this. And now the following position should be actually winning with some technique. I will just set up the knights so that everything is protected, and then I bring in the king. And this is boxed out. Yeah, I think it's a win. If we calculate this far, so this one, bishop d3, this happened. Knight f4, bishop f5. Does she have something better? Not really, yeah, because e6 is coming and okay, check. Could be check, but could also take and play e6. Oh, now this is not working for white. So knight g6 is not enough. So bishop e4. It's I mean the white king is slightly awkward. Yeah. So like if I go here, I allow like this. Yeah. So all those I would like to avoid it. Like just I need to step out with the king. Bishop f5 is losing. Then definitely e6. But bishop e4, it's a question. So it seems like that's what happened here in the game. Rook c3, rook f3. Oh, just my moves. Yeah, so still not so easy. Maybe I could sacrifice the knight and run with the e pawn. I mean, it looks very crazy, but like this. That somehow there is no defense. This ending is going to be winning for white, that's clear, but I don't believe it. Yeah, this and this, and okay, just black wins. So he went back. He went back king h2, but now rook f3 is going to happen again. e6. This is the idea that he wants to push it through. Check. Now he wants to go like here. This one, and it contains a trick, but it's not good enough like this check. But now I go here and now I win the rook. It looks like white is winning. Okay, once again, so king h2. One more idea, c5. I want to bring the rook that way. But simply I advance. I can collect the rook, but then d pawn is running. Thus, maybe I would like to do it that way. No, this is this. Yeah, so I don't have that. So what about advancing? Take d3. Knight g2 he takes. He's running through, so it doesn't help. There's some method to win. Oh, okay, this one I am better for white, but It should be a draw. Should be a draw. So not really. Like c5 is interesting. Like just getting passed pawn for black. Even this, I will not. Okay, I can play d4 just on pre. Yeah, but I will take back. e6. Rook c7, stopping the pawn. And now maybe this. And e7 is tricky, but this comes and now she catches the pawn. This position is perhaps still bad for. Okay, now knight f6 is a threat, and now I bring in the king. So what is this position? No, but this is a draw now already with the king defending. She could knight g6. Yeah? Oh, knight d6. There's this. But maybe knight. I would like to have 3 pawns against the rook, but I'm not in time to do this here. So actually, c5 was interesting for Savita, but she didn't do it. And instead she went rook c1, but there is not really a mate. Maybe she's aiming for perpetual like this. Knight g2 doesn't work. Or does it? I don't know. Is this like some kind of like a study that my next move is e7 for white, and this one is definitely lost here. Like I can guarantee you that here too many pawns are left, and white king is going to invade. So like does this win? It seems so. Yeah, that e7 is arriving, and okay, but this is like very wild. Like. Otherwise, like this would have been the plan, but this one is actually losing for white, yeah, so he should avoid it. So what was he thinking here? He played something else, and they're moving perhaps too quickly, and I don't know if they're also if they're just like guessing the moves, or if they're really sure that this is good. Like why? Taking there, and now suddenly this is a battle for the 3 results here, but knight e7. So what about c5? c5 is the most principled move, and I'm running, but he's also running. So what is this? Like rook d1. I can play e6 if I want. Yeah, but it's complete mess, yeah, so knight g7. Now white wins, but it's not forced, of course, yeah, so e6. Maybe. That doesn't work like this. I will lose all my pawns. Like yes, naturally here everything is winning, but not here. So c5 d5. It looks like it's too much. So she played king to f7. Actually, I can see, and knight f5. Okay, but it does seem to me that it's not enough for white, that somehow the knight is bit. Okay, here maybe this is dangerous, yeah, that's g7. So there are a lot of tactics, and he has a chance to trigger her, but it shouldn't be worse for black. No? If it doesn't work, maybe this move to cut away the king. check. Taking here. Going there. Now it looks good for white. Yeah, so I don't know what to really think of it. There is a lot of tries for both sides. Now this runs. So unfortunately, her rook is bit out of play. So she played rook d1. What about king g3? Still, the king cannot. Oh, now he can approach because there will be some kind of skewer there. Yeah. So what about this? There's still e3. What a move, yeah. Here I'm winning the knight. Here I'm winning the both pawns, and if the king takes that, also it's just e3 is win for black. Somehow it wins for black. So then like all of those traps, and actually Alexenko repeated the moves. Yeah, so rook d1. This is what happened. Played this and he went back. Now is the question if she could play for a win. Oh, the crazy game. So maybe, but it's not so easy because he'll play e6 and g6, and like probably she needs to go back. And she went back here. Why not here? Because of g6. That's the issue. Also, yes, this is like the only move. It seems to me like both sides they need to repeat. Oh no! What about this? Okay, so here that doesn't work here because e7 wins, but actually now there is king e7. Yeah. Is this winning for white? This is some kind of end game magic, yeah, so I have no idea, yeah, so e3 check, can go here just to, but this has to be winning for white. What could be the win? G7, yeah.
Then there's king f7.
Yes, but there has to be something, yeah. But let's try to find it. Okay, maybe like okay, I'll step back here, and where is the win? No, really only white can win this, but how? It's like so it contains a lot of tricks, and it seems like now they are repeating. King g2, king f7, 96. What happened here? It was like a bit of a rook d3, king g2. So it looks like she's playing for a win. Yeah? So this one, but not really. She cannot approach because then g6. Now white to move. Okay, he cannot really because here she does have the c pawn, yeah. So can he think of a win here? 3 versus 1. Something like this, yeah. And he could also lose, yes, so now he needs to calculate. But yes, now it seems to me that he has such a strong force here that it has to be